inside Citizens Bank Park. The tarp is off the field. The cover is on the tarp. So that means we're ready for some baseball. David Buchanan and the rest of the Phils are out on the field warming up as we get set for the Phils and the Cardinals. Game 2 of a 3-game series. Time now for your starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off at third base is Matt Carpenter. Colton Wong, the second baseman, bats second. Then Matt Holliday and Matt Adams. Johnny Peralta's the shortstop. He'll hit fifth. A.J. Brzezinski, the veteran, he'll do the catching. And then the bottom third, it's Tavares, John Jay, and Shelby Miller. And they'll face Phillies right-hander David Buchanan, who comes in with a 6-7 record, an earned run average of 4.25. He's making his 14th start here in the big leagues. JB's got a lot of innings this year, but it's still his innings are still in pretty good shape considering where he was a season ago.
Yeah, again, we're seeing a kid grow before our eyes and grow in a lot of positive ways. As we talked about in our open, his aggression towards the hitter. But he's learning how to win baseball games. He's learning how to pitch inside. And I just love the way he goes about his business.
Well, the first batter he'll face is Matt Carpenter, and he delivers a strike, so we're underway. That was our Budweiser scouting report. I think we've all commented on how quickly he gets the ball and gets right back on the mound and gets ready to fire, too.
Yeah, his tempo is outstanding, and I think the hitters realize it, and I think sometimes it works to his favor.
And the defense loves it.
Yeah, he's already waiting for Matt Carpenter to get back in the box. I don't think he did that the first time he was up here in the big leagues. I mean, not at this tempo. No balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I think it sends a message when a pitcher works fast like that. It sends a message that he's not thinking a lot. He says, let's play ball. Let me see if you can hit this. Here it comes. Let's go, guys. There's no sense walking around out here. I know what I'm. Carlton pitched fast.
That one's just a bit high. It's 2-2.
I think it shows, too, he's very decisive.
Right. He knows what he's going to throw right now.
Right. And if he has indecision, what a better guy to go to than Chooch.
Right.
Carpenter lifts it in the air. Foul territory. Third base side. Kobayashi has room. So a quick out here in the first inning. Colton Wong is coming up. Colton Wong was 2 for 4 in last night's ball game with a run scored. He also hit into a double play. Turned out to be a big double play for Kyle Kendrick. It was a 5-3 double play. Got him to hit it off the end of his bat.
Nice play by Cody on that to catch the ball, touch the bag, make a perfect throw to first. Killed that inning.
Yeah, there were a couple important parts to last night's game. That may have been, after the Phillies had taken the lead, one of the most important outs or at bats for Kendrick. Outside 2-0.
And a lot of that success was started by Kyle and Chooch changing their game plan, going to the curveball and going to the changeup. And on that particular play, Wong hit a changeup to Cody. Nice, 2-hopper, 3-hopper. He could handle it. It wasn't like he was taxed to catch that ball. No. Easily went over, touched the bag, threw the ball across the diamond.
2 balls and 1 strike as the rain starts to fall again here at Citizens Bank Park. A swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Man, this weather has been unpredictable here today. It's clear over Center City.
I don't see rain. Do you? Where are these people going?
There's a floater out to right center field. Just a quick passing shower. And a base hit for Wong, a 1-out single here in the first.
We'll talk about it, I'm sure, a few times tonight. But the Cardinals are so good at staying in the middle of the field. There's nobody on base there. But when men are on base, watch how they keep the ball in the middle of the field in the opposite field. Last night's game early on, Kendrick first inning, a couple of boom line shots right into center field. First 2 guys are amazing at that.
Yeah, now Matt Holliday's a holdover from the Mark McGwire era of the hitting coach of the Cardinals, but John Mabry seems to have taken that same sort of approach that McGwire had right into this group that the Cardinals have.
Yeah, it's funny that McGwire was obviously one of the great home run hitters of all time, that he could come and be so successful as a hitting coach, teaching little things like that, staying in the middle of the field, using the opposite field with men in scoring position. I mean, he did a wonderful job. He turned this organization around.
Out of play, 0-2. All right, it's time now for our Nissan keys to tonight's ball game. Jamie, why don't you go first?
Well, my key is to force Miller to get the fastball down in the zone. The last time he faced the Phillies in St. Louis, he threw a lot of high fastballs, and they popped up a lot of pitches, and we're behind a lot of balls.
And Mike, you already touched on.
Yeah, my key was what we just talked about. Do like the Cardinals do with men in scoring position. Try to keep the ball in the middle of the field. That's where the room is out there. You know, take away the rollover ground ball.
Well, Buchanan's worked ahead. No balls and 2 strikes to Matt Holliday. Holliday, 12 home runs, 64 runs batted in. He was 1 for 4 last night. He had a 2-run double in that 3-run first inning for the Cardinals.
You know what? The Cardinals are aggressive, too. They stay in the middle of the field, and they're aggressive. They hit early in the count.
Back toward the middle, and Rollins can't get to it. And Wong's on his way to third, and he'll get there. Boy, just a matter of inches.
Well, you know, you get rewarded when you stay. I'm not going to. Well, I probably will, but you stay in the middle of that field and you stay on the ground and on the line, you're going to get your hits. Just ask Ben Revere.
Yeah, he's a case in point from a Phillies standpoint.
And here you look at the pitch. It's a curveball. It's an 0-2 count. I guarantee you, if we could stop the game right now and go ask David what we were trying to do, he's going to say I tried to bury it.
Try to bounce it.
Wasn't able to bounce it, and that ball stayed up in the zone, and it really allowed Matt Holliday to stay right through it. And fortunately, he kept it on the ground and didn't drive it in the air.
Well, Phillies set up for 2 with 1 down here in the first. And Matt Adams takes inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
For any young kids out there who want to watch a hitter with good mechanics, watch Adams. Nice, quiet stride, keeps his hands back, doesn't overswing, stays tall in the box.
It's that one sharply.
Hits the ball hard.
Yeah, and that might be 2. Rollins is able to convert the double play. A little delayed call by DJ Rayburn, but it got the job done. A 4-6-3 double play. No runs, 2 hits, 1 man left. Middle of the first here in Philadelphia. And now I believe Mike Matheny is going to come out and just talk to DJ Rayburn. So they're going to hold the defense. It turned out to be a closer play than I thought it would be.
Reverse it.
He got 3/4 of the way out there, and somebody said,
"That's the 2014 version of arguing with the umpire."
That's so funny. Well, take a look at it. This is what they finally decided in the Cardinals dugout, that Adams was indeed out. And Mike Matheny didn't even go all the way out to the umpire before he decided not to challenge it. We'll be back to Citizens Bank Park right after this. Less than a few miles away. Phillies and the Cardinals get set for the bottom of the first. Let's take a look at the Phillies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. It's Revere, Rollins, and Utley, followed by Ryan Howard, Marlon Byrd, and Dominic Brown. In the bottom third of Carlos Ruiz, Cody Ashley, and David Buchanan. Same lineup as last night except for the starting pitcher. They will face 23. He's only 23 years old. 23-year-old right-hander Shelby Miller, making his 25th start of the season. He's 8-9 with an earned run average of 4.25. Less than a hit per innings pitched. This guy's going to be a good one. As we said, just 23 years old, a former first-round pick of the St. Louis Cardinals. Jamie, we've seen him before, but go over that scouting report for us again.
Well, he really relies on his fastball, and like I said earlier, when the Phillies were in St. Louis in June, he threw a lot of high fastballs to get back into the count and to get a third strike either by somebody or a pop-up. I would call him a fly ball pitcher, but he really relies on his fastball. He's not afraid to throw it. He's very proud of it. Yes, he does have 3 other pitches: a curveball, a cut fastball, and a changeup. Doesn't use his changeup a great deal, but relies more on his curveball than in my belief, than he does in his cutter.
Part of our Budweiser scouting report. The first pitch to Revere is in there. Ben 3 for 4 last night, hitting .315, second in the league at hitting behind Justin Morneau. Every time you think his numbers are going to depreciate, he has a run like he's had the last 6 games where he's hitting .464. Just making contact. hits that one sharply at shortstop. Peralta throws it out, one away.
It's okay. I mean, it's an out, but it's a hard out. You know, it gives you a good feeling for the rest of the game as it goes on. You see the fastball, boom, smoke it on the ground somewhere. This has usually been a hole in up the middle.
And Mike, wouldn't you say hitting is all about timing? You know, to square the ball up,
yeah,
you know, to do what you want to do, you have to have good timing.
Well, yeah, it's not all about timing.
Right, but I mean,
it's like saying pitching is all about balance or something like that. No, that's surely part of it, Jamie. I know you've hit in your day, and there are things that will throw your timing off. You know, and you guys are one of them, the pitcher.
Right.
What you see, what you think, your mechanics can throw timing off, your confidence. In the end, if you hit a line drive, generally you've had pretty darn good timing. Yeah.
1 ball and 1 strike to Rollins, and Rollins hits it softly up the third base line. That is going to be a swinging bunt, and Jimmy will take that.
There's one you don't see Jimmy get very often. All right, that's a Ben Revere hit.
That was just like Ben had last night. Matt Carpenter's thinking, really? During the 2014 season, Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the Phillies, will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream, sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball program. Did you guys have the Grand Slam tonight?
One dip.
One
for
dip.
me, one dip of coffee.
I'm starting to fall in love with the butter pecan.
Much of it that was in that cup.
Yeah.
Went
Had
down
enough
pretty
for a
easy.
couple days.
Here's Utley, who takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Utley hitting .282, 11 homers and 68 runs batted in. He was hitless in 4 at-bats last night, but he did have an RBI. Let's see if Rollins will test A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. I believe that was Chase who called time there. Brian Onora did not point to A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. Onora's behind the plate. DJ Rayburn's at first. Dan Bellino's at second. And Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, is around at third.
I want to ask you guys at some point tonight if you've seen any of this speed up the game chatter that's been on that famous sports channel on TV that we all know about recently.
Yeah. I haven't.
I've seen it, and I've read some of the stories, and I've listened to Rob Manfred, who's going to be the new commissioner, talk about it. I mean, there are rules in place to kind of speed it up, but nobody's really enforcing those rules.
So you must have seen that Oberman
I did.
show.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
It was very smartly done. 1 ball and 1 strike to Utley, and Utley loops it down the left field line. Carpenter on the run, and a foul ball. And it's 1-2.
Did it look to you like he quick pitched him there a little bit? Something he got him caught in between.
A little payback for calling time before that pitch a couple of tosses ago.
He must have been watching Monet Davis. Put the quick pitch on him there. Whoo, see? Caught him in between.
Oh, yeah.
That is, I think that's a bad habit that Chase has. We've talked about it, and he just can't get rid of it. You know, where he takes that one last little pump. It's kind of his timing mechanism if you watch him right there. But every now and then he gets kind of caught in between and has to rush. He gets a little bit of a panic swing.
Rollins goes.
He held it back that time. He actually said, "You're not catching me in between again." It was almost like the pitcher's watching him, trying to catch him in between.
And I think a lot of times when Chase is struggling, it's when his timing with that mechanism is off, where he's not.
Back to Jamie's point about timing. That's one way to screw up your timing right there. Want to take that extra practice swing. You know?
Rollins was off and running on that pitch. Jimmy is 1 stolen base away from 450 for his career. And a curveball low, 2-2. The lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Danielle Jacob of Sicklerville. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Danielle will win $400.
Hey, that's one thing that makes hitting tough at this level is when the pitcher varies his delivery. In other words, when he holds it for a while one time and he pitches fast the next time, and then he stands and holds it for a long time. Chase is having a little bit of a tough time here getting his rhythm and timing to this pitcher. You know, it's almost like a dance. You know, the hitter and pitcher trying to time each other up.
Not only is Shelby affecting Chase at the plate, but he's also trying to change Jimmy's cadence at first base.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, you have that little bouncy bounce. You step and you're timing it up, and all of a sudden he holds the ball.
Fly ball, shallow left field. Holiday didn't see it right away, but he's able to come in. And he makes the catch for the second out. So 2 outs, and Ryan Howard's coming up. Howard 4th in the league at RBIs with 79 after his 2 RBIs last night. See Ryan's numbers since the All-Star break: 23 runs batted in. And just excellent numbers against the team he grew up watching, those St. Louis Cardinals.
What do you guys think about this defensive alignment here? This is a very, very relaxed shift on Ryan Howard compared to what the rest of the teams in the league play.
I think it plays into his favor.
Absolutely.
Because of that void where Peralta usually is, the shortstop or the third baseman on the right side.
You know, you'd wonder why too. You know, why they aren't 3 men on the right side.
In fact, last night, Jamie, weren't they even more conventional than this?
Yeah, they may have been a little bit. Normally, there's somebody in that area.
That's the dugout.
Austin. Well, yeah.
A lot of people.
We had the infield there for a second.
1 ball, no strikes to Howard. Check swing, 2-0.
You want to
do over?
A do-over on that drawing there. I know he wants to draw bad. There you go.
There we go. Normally we have a shortstop or a third baseman, whoever the defense wants to put in that position, to kind of close that gap up.
Yep.
And Ryan actually has had a lot of hits taken away there, but recently, and if I'm not mistaken, the Houston series, he had 1 or 2 hits just to the left of that individual playing there.
There goes Rollins. The throw to second is on 1 hop, not in time, and that is stolen base number 450 for Jimmy Rollins. And on the year, he reaches 25.
And I'm sure, like Chase, a very high percentage success as a base runner, stealing stuff.
Yeah, I think this year he's, to me, has looked so much better running compared to the last couple of years. He's got a chance for 30 stolen bases this year. Two at 2 as he fouls the 94-mile-an-hour fastball back. Rollins last year stole 22 bags, and we still have a little more than a month left of the season. Marlon Byrd waits on deck.
Wow. That was close.
The way Brian Honora moved behind the plate, I thought he might punch him out. I think the dugout's getting on him a little bit, or asking where that pitch was. Outside, ball 4. And Howard draws a walk, and that brings Marlon Byrd to the plate.
it's been a strange year. I think you guys would agree. I mean, you're here every day. I'm on TV watching, not here. And when I see the Phillies day-to-day lineup on the field, and then take away pitching and bullpen, I just don't see much of a difference between the Phillies man for man and the best teams in the league man for man. I really don't see it.
There was a series where you and we were trading text messages, and it was that sort of conversation. I can't remember who it was the Phillies had played. As that one goes over to third, Carpenter throws out Howard at second. No runs, one hit, and two men left. We'll go to the second inning here in Philadelphia. It's the Cardinals nothing, and the Phillies nothing. Johnny Peralta leads it off as we begin the second, and the first pitch is low. Peralta with 17 home runs, 58 runs batted in. Mike, you're talking about the speed up rules. Well, we alluded to it last inning. David Buchanan has no problems adhering to the pitcher part of the speed up rules. And Peralta, I mean, to his credit, is stepping in and right out. He smokes that one deep to left field. He didn't need a whole lot of time to think about that one. That's his 18th home run of the year. And it's 1-0 St. Louis.
That looked like the old 2-0 heater right down the middle, Jimmy.
Exactly what it was.
You really don't have any choice but to throw it. You know, it's the leadoff hitter in the inning. The problem was falling behind 2-0.
It might have been slightly off the center to the inner third of the plate. Johnny Peralta is an experienced hitter, very smart hitter, and a very good hitter with some power.
And he squared that one right out. So 1-0 St. Louis. They took the early lead last night. They're up 3-0 and then 4-1. And now A.J. Pierzynski is the hitter. Pierzynski picked up after he was DFA'd from the Boston Red Sox. And he's filling in for Yadier Molina. They're hoping Molina will be back in September. Out towards shallow left, playable for Dominic Brown. And there's one away here in the second.
You know, you were talking about the speed up of the game. I mean, I don't. Okay, you can look to a lot of little things where the game could be sped up, but are we talking about a significant amount of time, or are we talking about 5 minutes, 10 minutes? If you're talking about a half hour, that's a different thing, but 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I don't know if anybody knows how much shorter the game could be if they tell the hitters they can only take one, put 1 foot out like Tavares is doing right now, or whatever rules they would try to do to implement.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time they implemented things to speed up the game, you're right, Mike. The times were like 3 to 5 to maybe 7 minutes shorter.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything substantial.
2-0 pitch. And there it's 2-1.
You can watch a Red Sox Yankees game and find a half hour.
Absolutely.
45 minutes somewhere.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people talk about command of pitchers to a certain extent. Can they get the out in a quicker amount of time? But then does that change the cat and mouse, Jamie, of the way a pitcher's trying to go after?
I look at it, it's the size of the strike zone. I mean, if you look at last night's, the way the game started last night, it was literally white on white. You had to throw the white ball on the white part of the plate. There was no black or just off the plate.
That's a good point. There's Jeff Kellogg. He was the home plate umpire last night.
But as time went on, it started to expand a little bit, and both pitchers kind of settled in with it.
You're right. If you add everything up, all the little things that may give you some more or cut some time out of a game, that is one of them. The strike zone is the size of this 8x10 pieces typewriter paper I have in front of me right now.
I think both pitchers last night would agree with that assessment that the strike zone is tight.
And as Mr. Olbermann said, there's about 6 or 7 things, but they have rules for that. And they don't even follow the rules of the strike zone. The strike zone's like underneath the armpits to the top of the knees.
Down and away to John Jay. It's 1-0.
Jamie, if you called balls, say, let's say, look at John Jay on TV there, where that number 19 is on his jersey. You called a fastball right there. If you called 10 of those a game, they'd run you out of the game.
Exactly.
Right side, and that's going to sneak into right field, a base hit. And Tavares is going to go to third. So for the second straight inning, it'll be first and third with one out. The difference is there's a run across the plate here in the second. And Shelby Miller, the pitcher, will be the hitter. The Cardinals have a home run here tonight, and they have the lowest number of home runs according to our Mazda leaders, with 84, counting the one Peralta hit in this ball game.
Jose Akendo and Shelby Miller having a little meeting down there, and I would assume he's telling him to bunt.
And let's get two in scoring position for Matt Carpenter.
Exactly. I don't know what kind of hitter he is.
He's hitting 179, which is not
bad.
Yeah, for a pitcher. Not bad.
The first thing I think of
2 RBIs.
is if he hits, he may hit the ball on the ground, and that's not good. Inning over.
Takes a breaking ball high. Didn't show bunt there.
I'm having a rough time. Last night making a lot of predictions about that game at dinner, and none of them came true.
Well, I would have thought that he was bunting here too. You got a guy in the on deck circle in Carpenter who's been a very productive hitter. Broke his bat, ground ball to short. This
there
could be two. There's one and two.
Thank you very much.
6-4-3 double play. Cardinals may have helped the Phillies out. Back-to-back innings, back-to-back double plays, but the Cardinals do take a 1-0 lead to the bottom of the second. Eagles.com/CSN Philly. Entry deadline is September 2nd. Tony Luke's here at Citizens Bank Park, out in Ashburn Alley. Looks like there's a pretty good line out there, waiting for some cheesesteaks. There's Tony Luke's. Got a wide variety of places to stop and get some grub here at Citizens Bank Park, including Bull's Barbecue down the right field line. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Shelby Miller is just finishing up his warm-up toss as he was trying to beat out that double play. I'm with you guys. I think it's shocking that he swung away in that spot. I mean, I know they have a 1-0 lead, but still.
Is that football rivalry you were talking about? Any football rivalry?
Well, I believe they're looking for Eagles against somebody, but
okay.
I thought the same thing. You know, could you throw in another rivalry, a college rivalry or something like that? But I think it's open. You put whatever you want.
You get some football coming up, don't you?
I do. Second week of September, I've got the Dolphins and the Bills.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You gonna be down my neck of the woods?
No,
well, I'm not down there, but I mean.
No, I'll be up in Buffalo for that. And then the following week, I'll be in Jacksonville. Football season's right around the corner.
Enjoyed Murph as a color man. He was a little nervous, but he told me he has a couple coming up. I think maybe with you and I one night with Murph here.
Murph, I've never thought of you of being nervous. You think? Are you nervous?
No, I don't know that I was nervous. I felt prepared. I was ready to go, but it was a lot of fun. That's what I brought out of it. It was a whole lot of fun.
Well, you did a great job. No balls and 1 strike to Dominic Brown as we begin the second. And now 1-1.
Yeah, we were talking earlier in the office. You can't really have any dead air time. I mean, your job's not easy.
There's always something there's always something going on. Always something going on. I think Murph liked the responsibility of picking what shirt Jamie and Murph wore that night. Out towards center field. And John Jay retires Dominic Brown. Well, speaking of Greg Murphy, he's decided to not wear his Tommy Bahama tonight, but wear his red pullover, and he's got something on Shelby Miller. Murph?
I do, and I'm just protecting myself from the elements out here, Tom. I have my rain gear on tonight. But, yeah, in talking about Shelby Miller, the Phillies did a pretty good job in the bottom of the first inning, seeing a lot of pitches from Miller. He's up to 23 pitches at this point in the ball game. But, Jamie, one of your keys to the game was you'd like to see the Phils make him get that fastball that he uses often down in the zone so they can have a little bit more success against them than they did the last time around. Take a look at what you mean when he gets that ball down in the zone. Opponents are batting .260 against him, .346 slugging percentage. When he gets it right in the middle, of course, that goes up at .289, .477. But when it's high in the strike zone, that fastball high in the strike zone, opponents are batting only .182 against him. And that is what we saw the first time around when the Phils faced Shelby Miller back in June in St. Louis, and they did not have a whole lot of success with that fastball up in the zone. So your point is a good one. Your key is a good one. Get him to throw that ball down in the zone, and they can attack it a little bit better.
Well, and you see, whether it's with Shelby Miller or any other pitcher, when you're in the middle of the plate, your numbers aren't very good. And as he gets to where things are favorable for him, that's up in the zone.
Back behind the third base bag. Carpenter's shot puts the throw, and Adams comes off the bag to apply the tag. Yeah, there are 2 outs.
That was a good play by Adams at first base. Carpenter, a natural second baseman. Actually.
Yes. Yep.
He looked. His arm strength looked a little questionable on that.
Well, there aren't too many of you guys that can make that play right there. You were one that was quite good at it. Brooks Robinson was pretty good at it. But that play to the third baseman's right, going away from first base, your momentum is taking you away from the place you want to throw it. It's got to be a difficult play.
Well, this particular one shouldn't have been that tough. See, he had a chance to regroup and take a nice crow hop and gun the ball over there. I mean, he wasn't forced because it wasn't a left-hander that chopped it over there. Ruiz had a little tough time getting out of the box. You know, he kind of took a full swing and he had to unwind and cross home plate and go to first base. So he had a lot of time. Nowadays, you know, Jamie, the athletes, there's a lot of athletes that got really good, strong arms over there at third base. Back in the day, you know, there were a few. Your point's well taken, though. That is a long throw, and a lot can happen on that throw.
Yes.
It's nice to know you got a first baseman that can dig it out of the dirt and move around a little bit. Adams made a nice play on that.
What was the toughest play at third?
Well, for me, at that stadium was any ball that looked like it was going to hit that sliding pit seam.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, get caught in between and, you know, kind of a high chopper or a low ground ball that looked like it could catch that seam. You have that vision of ball hitting you in the teeth. That was hard to stay down. But, you know, the play we were just talking about, probably the toughest. Yeah. Backhand play over the foul line.
Oshie works out a walk. It brings Buchanan to the plate. Buchanan 1 for 21 in his big league career. And it takes on the inside corner.
Well, we got a minute here with Buchanan hitting. Back to that, keep the ball. You know, Miller needs to keep the ball. We need to make him keep it down. I think our viewers out here might want Jamie to explain why sometimes he talks about a pitcher being effective if he can keep the ball up, and then another pitcher can't be effective unless he gets the ball down. I mean, what's the difference in up and down? You follow what I'm saying? A lot of times you'll say, well, he's up in the zone, that's why he's getting knocked around. But we want this guy, we want to make him bring it down.
Right. Well, he has a lot of life on his fastball, as you see. You know, I mean, even Chooch in his at bat, nice running play there.
Well, we can pick that up.
All right. Yeah.
Phillies get a base runner. A 2-out walk to Cody Ashley. Will go to the third with the Cards up 1-0. Earlier today, it was the Hatfield barbecue to benefit the Moyer Foundation. Great crowd, even with the rain falling outside. They were covered comfortably with the tent. Hatfield provided the food for the event. Murph and I stopped by, of course, with Jamie. And Smiley's in the background. There's Jamie giving his speech. Scott Palmer was the MC. And we took some questions from the folks in the audience. And, it was a great event, Jamie. The fact that you had over 130 people at that event, and then the check presentation from Hatfield Quality Meats, Clemens Food Group, $12,000 to the Moyer Foundation.
Yeah, we're very excited to be a part of the community and trying to give back and create awareness in the community about our camps, Camp Aaron and Camp Mariposa. We had a great turnout. The Phillies are always gracious. Hatfield Quality Meats, a great partner in this. And that's what it takes. It takes a group. It's not an individual thing. It's a group thing. It's a community thing. And again, like I say, trying to make a difference in the community, bringing awareness, and this is all about helping children in need.
I don't know if you know this, Mike, but the Moyer Foundation won an Emmy Award for a special that was on HBO.
Didn't notice that.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Jamie. The guys do a great job. Didn't Cole just had a big fundraiser?
Yeah, he did.
Jimmy's had a couple. Amazing.
It's all
really good stuff.
Yeah, it
goes on behind the scenes,
and it's stuff that we've seen over the years. But it just seems every single year that whatever one of the veterans do, it sort of passes on to even the younger players too. I think, in my experience, just watching it unfold over the years. Matt Carpenter leads it off against David Buchanan, and it's no balls and 2 strikes.
I'll never forget my first introduction to fundraising or tying myself to, early in my career, to some sort of a cause in the city, and it was Gary Maddox who came to me and said, Mike, how would you like to be involved with what was called the Child Guidance Clinic adjacent to Children's Hospital? Gary explained to me why it was important for me to get involved in some causes like that, and then that's where it started for me. And of course I did United Way for several years, and then I've had a few things going. Makes you feel good as the Cardinals knock one up the middle again.
Yeah, Carpenter gets his 4th hit of this series, and a 2-strike hit from Matt Carpenter.
Jamie, quick, back to that keep the ball up, down thing. I think is important for
Shelford Miller in particular. He has a lot of life to his fastball. It looks like it has some giddy up. It almost looks like it. We talked about this a couple days ago. Some of these guys look like they have a fastball. It looks like it rises. It's an illusion. And then they'll throw their curveball out of that, which makes it difficult. But when you can get him to keep the ball down, you get a better look at it. And when that ball's up, it tends to, especially when it's closer to your body, it doesn't allow you to get your arms extended. And you're not allowed to take, or it doesn't enable you to take a powerful swing through that ball.
You were just the opposite. You were a pitcher that had to keep the ball down,
exactly.
With the ball moving both ways, and you were ineffective when you got the ball up in the strike zone.
Because I didn't have that type of giddy up or velocity to my fastball. So that's knowing what you have and what you don't have and trying to utilize your strengths.
Did Wong go around? Yes, he did, says Jeff Kellogg. It's 0-2.
So it's just not standard that pitchers have the ball up in the hitting zone that they're going to get hit.
Right.
They're actually trying to get Jimmy Rollins and Dominic Brown and Ryan Howard and everybody to hit fly balls.
And it all depends on the style and the abilities of the pitcher, whether they can do that.
I would think David Buchanan needs to keep the ball down.
Most definitely.
Cliff Lee might be able to keep to ride the ball up high in the strike zone.
Well, I think sometimes too, we used to sit on the bench and talk to our hitters about this. Why do you see this guy well, or why don't you see this guy well? And 9 out of 10 guys would say there's something with Cliff Lee. They don't pick up the ball out of his hand as well as they would another guy.
Left side, Ashley has a play at first, and he gets Wong. Up to second goes Adams.
And I don't think anybody was ever able to figure out what it was. But
with Cliff, yeah.
But some guys have that, and some guys don't.
Sneaky. We used to call him sneaky fast. Cliff Lee is sneaky. Ball just on you. Nice play by Cody Ashley there, by the way, cutting in front of Jimmy, electing not to try to flip the ball or chase at second base, throwing the batter out at first. Sometimes that's all you can do.
You want to get the sure out.
Yeah, you got to get an out.
Well, here's Carpenter. Carpenter singled his last time up. Late on that. I guess it was a cutter, and it's 0-1.
And from a pitcher standpoint as well, when you work hard to get that ground ball, you do want an out. When an out's not recorded, it just makes you have to work harder to get the next guy out, and there's usually more guys on base.
Those swings as the first base umpire, DJ Rayburn. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Holliday. Fastball at 92. That's the high water mark for David Buchanan in this ball game.
David looks like he's just a tick off tonight. He's not quite as sharp as he normally is.
With location more than anything else.
Yes, just missing, behind in a lot of counts versus ahead or getting quick contact. He normally is getting quicker contact. Tonight he's not. But I will say the Cardinals are a little more of a patient, offensively hitting team.
And now's where you got to make a good pitch, Jamie. You first base open. Matt Carpenter 3-1.
Adams has already hit into a double play. He's on deck. And he's out front of a changeup, 3-2.
And you don't think David watched closely last night with what Kyle did to the Cardinals after about the second or third inning, how effective he was with his changeup and his curveball? I'm sure David Buchanan sat in the dugout taking note of that. And again, he's got the same catcher behind the plate as Carlos Ruiz.
That ball may have ticked off the glove of Buchanan, and Utley makes the easy play. Over to third goes Carpenter. 2 outs. That'll bring Matt Adams to the plate, and he's the subject in our Geico quote of the day. Adams, like Revere, is battling for the National League batting title. I don't look at that kind of stuff. I know I've got to continue to keep putting together good at-bats for the team. Those kinds of things can just become a distraction. So I try to limit that stuff as much as possible and play the game I know how to play. Well, for Revere and Adams, I think it's sort of uncharted waters for both of them. You know.
Well, that's a good quote.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. Don't read the newspapers. Don't listen to anything about batting titles. Just go out and throw as many quality at bats out there as you can.
What's funny, when Ben started talking about it the other day, he said basically the same thing that Adams said. And then he went through a little bit of a rough spurt. I think it was 2 for 13 or something like that. And then he got back on track again. One ball, no strikes to Adams. 2-0.
And another dangerous situation, Jamie. 2-0 on Matt Adams with a guy that just hit one about 30 rows back the first time up on deck.
He just worked himself into a fastball count.
To the right side, Rollins will come charging in and cut off Utley.
Well, he's done a nice changeup.
Yeah, he's done a nice job not getting any more damage in these first 3 innings. Trailing at 1-0. The Cardinals already have 5 hits. That is the Hall of Fame Club here at Citizens Bank Park. That's where all those baseballs were. It's a beautiful spot up on the 2nd level, just above the suite level. It's basically where we are. And Revere will lead it off. Revere's 0 for 1. Grounded out to shortstop his first time up. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. He showed butt for a moment.
Mentioned in the opening that Ben can add to his repertoire as a hitter, more walks next year. Drop.
This is something you talked about too. He hasn't been doing a lot of that.
But understood that Ben gets mostly fastballs, and they get ahead of him and they challenge him because he basically is going to hit singles. He hits a double every now and then, triple every now and then, but when he's leading off an inning, he gets challenged, pretty regularly. So they can get the ball in the strike zone pretty much. It's not like, and by the way, Matt Carpenter has 69 walks, the leadoff hitter for the Cardinals.
Rollins swings at the first pitch. Brzezinski off of the mask. 2 outs.
But he's the only hitter in the top 10 in the league that isn't a power hitter or a run producing hitter, a middle of the order batter that has a lot of walks or is in the top 10 in walks. Carpenter. The rest of them are all power hitters that have that are leading walks. So you can't expect Ben to be a league leader in walks. But a couple more here and there can help the batting average, if you're going to lead the league in hitting.
I think it's funny, early on this year he talked about, he goes, I'm really more of a line drive hitter when he hit his first home run. I think his advantage this year, at least in the second half, is that he's just put the ball in play and even has those choppers that have gone into center field or past the third baseman on the left side or past the first baseman on the right side. 1 ball, no strikes to Utley. Utley fly to left his first time up. Figure Chase might take a strike since the first 2 batters went down pretty quickly.
I think Chase even is taking 2 strikes.
More than anybody else.
And by that I mean he literally was taking that pitch even if it was the second strike.
Up and away, 2-2. Philly's only hit was the swinging bunt off the bat of Jimmy Rollins in the first. Another fly ball to left field for Chase. Holiday comes charging in. He tippy toes toward the line, puts it away. Phillies go down in order here in the third. We'll go to the 4th inning. Still 1-0. Cardinals on top. Then the St. Louis Cardinals. Cardinals are battling for the Central Division lead. They are in second place behind the Milwaukee Brewers. Brewers are playing the Pirates tonight. Brewers had a 2-0 lead last night, wound up losing to the Pirates, so that means the Pirates are within 5 games. Johnny Peralta's given the Cardinals the lead thanks to this 2-0 fastball he crushed.
Yeah, David looked like he was just trying to get back into the count, be aggressive with a fastball down in the zone, and leaked to the inner third of the plate. Johnny Peralta cheated for that ball and drove that ball pretty well to left field.
All the years the Cardinals have played baseball, he has the most home runs ever by a shortstop for the St. Louis Cardinals. On the outside corner, 1-2.
Well, you got your Dow Maxville. You got your Hal Lanier.
Ozzie Smith, of course.
Ozzie Smith.
Gary Templeton. Popped him up first base side. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. Please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, guys. Which Cardinal won the National League MVP in 1971? National League MVP in 1971.
Cake.
Mike is writing down. He's right. It was Cake.
I'll give our fans a hint. Should I?
You can if you want.
It's pretty simple. It's a good. I mean, it's going to give it away. Should I give? I mean, is anything on the line here?
Only a prize pack, and somebody probably has slid the answer in. Somebody, not everybody, but somebody probably has.
He went in the Hall of Fame this year.
Yes, he did. Also had himself a heck of a day today, too. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't know about that.
No balls and 2 strikes to A.J. Przinsky. He flied to left his first time up. Lifts that one to left center field. And Revere coasts into the alley to make the catch. 2 outs.
By the way, that year, that was one heck of a year. By a catcher, right? Catcher, third base.
Well, at that point, you're right. At that point, I wonder if he still was catching. I think he might have already moved to third base.
Carver might have been catching.
Yeah, you're right. There's Oscar Taveras. He walked his first time up. Well, so much for the Cardinals being patient all of a sudden. They were for that 1 inning.
Did we say they were patient?
Well, the 1 inning they were because David was falling behind, so they were showing a little more patience. There's a base hit to center. As John Mabry will tell you, you just saw there, and as you mentioned before, Schmidt,
straight away.
Their mantra is to be aggressive straight away. Here's John Jay.
Some good-looking young hitters on this Cardinals team. I haven't seen much of the Cardinals this year.
Think about the change that they've had in their roster overall, even since they went to the World Series a couple of years ago.
They're very good on the player development side. They seem to always come up with some young studs.
They do it right. They work their players hard. They play the game the right way, and they teach it from bottom to top.
Right down there in my neighborhood, 5 minutes away.
Yeah, Jupiter,
Florida.
One ball, no strikes to Jay. Little low, 2-0.
John Jay, he's been 2-hole hitter, 3-hole hitter, 6-hole hitter. You know, I mean, he's hitting 8th tonight.
Hitting 8th tonight. Wow. I was surprised when I saw the lineup and saw him batting 8th. He's hit it 12 of his last 13 games. He's been one of the best hitters in the National League Central in the month of August.
There are many teams where John Jay be hitting 8th.
And I think a lot of teams he'd probably be hitting 2nd. He's a good player. Whacks it foul. It's 2-2.
Now, has Lackey had a start since being traded over?
Yes. Yes. He and Masterson both. In fact, Masterson will start tomorrow against the Phillies. They're talking about hoping that Michael Wacha is back in September. So that'll just add to the rotation, which they added to with Lackey. You know, they've got Wainwright, obviously, who pitched last night. And spends his time when he's not pitching.
Whatever he was doing.
Goofing around the dugout. Runner goes. He pitches hit back towards second. And Utley will wait for it. So it's taken 64 pitches, but David Buchanan works around another base runner here in the 4th. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Ryan Howard will lead it off when we come back. 1-0 Cardinals on top. Well, we've gotten to the bottom of what Adam Wainwright was doing in the dugout. Watch the gum spit out onto the hat.
Yeah, no, we don't want our young kids out there trying around home, especially.
And look at the three heads that were watching. He's got an audience too.
Yeah.
Well, when you're the leader of the pack, and he is the leader of the pack, they watch everything he does.
Jamie, that's a typical pitcher's night in the dugout when you're not pitching, right?
Yeah.
You get a little bored.
The season can get long. The games can get long. You gotta
entertain yourself.
Break the ice a little bit.
I think he was the one that came up with what they do in the dugout after a home run, where they basically go. It's like a wedding. They go through the wedding line.
The gauntlet.
Whatever it is,
a lot of teams are doing that now, right? Waving the towels. The Mets
did the car wash. Yeah. But I think he's the one that came up with whatever the Cardinals started doing last year. Ryan Howard will lead it off against Shelby Miller. He walked his first time up.
So there's that fastball up, Jamie.
And if you think back to the last ball that Chase Utley swung at, when he got back into the count with fastballs down and then elevated that fastball, and Chase had a nice lazy fly ball to left field.
We know if Ryan is vulnerable, it's to something belt buckle high and up with some hair on it, like you say, and I think the Cardinal pitchers know that as well. Fastball low, different story. Breaking ball low, different story. Last night, big base hit on that off-speed pitch low, and he reached out with one arm and hooked it to right field.
Well, Peralta's crept a little bit toward the middle. He's still on the shortstop side.
Well, yeah, he's now over here versus previously he was where the X is. But I also think that when he was where the X was, there's a man on first base. You know, he's trying to keep himself in position in case he does steal it, so he can have a better angle to the ball instead of coming straight in to the ball, moving straight at him with a runner coming from his side.
That also may be why they're not shifted as much to right field, because they plan on throwing him a lot of hard stuff, you know.
Throw ball outside, 2-2.
You know, we just saw two breaking balls, but they were backdoor, trying to catch the outside corner.
Yeah, missed a spot a little bit on that fastball. He wanted it up a little bit more. And Howard fouls it away.
But where he missed was important. It was in off the plate. It was down, but it was in off the plate rather than missing in the middle of the plate.
You know, people do a lot of picking on Ryan Howard, if you know what I mean. In my travels, they do anyway. If you look at the stats, Ryan probably going to be in the 100 to 110 RBI range at the end of the year. You can't have 110 RBIs and have what one might consider a bad year. Obviously, compared to his early years as a player, it's a little off, but if that's mediocre for you, that's pretty darn good. 25 home runs, 110 RBIs.
Well, he's fighting this at bat here. He's fouled off a couple tough pitches, and it remains 3-2. This will be the 10th pitch of the at bat. Kind of these fastballs running away.
I think in general he's not what I'd call a contact hitter, but I think he's improved as a hitter, longer at bats, a tougher out. He has his quick ones, but he's been tougher. Whether it's his sort of, I want to call it, sense that he needs to inside out the ball, he needs to go to left field. You notice his style is a little bit like that now. He stays inside the ball, and a lot of his swings are directed to left field. If that's the difference, I'm not sure.
95-mile-an-hour fastball that went up. There's one gone here in the fourth. Marlon Byrd's coming up. Let's check in with Murph. Murph?
All right, thanks, Tom. We'll get you caught up with some roster moves that the Phillies made today, and that is a designated Reed Brignac for assignment, and in his place, Freddie Galvis is back with the big club. Galvis had been doing a real nice job down at AAA, and when Ryan Sandberg was asked about it today, he said, it was really about versatility for Freddie Galvis, what he's able to do out on the field, virtually play any infield position, and he has been swinging a good bat. Well, you remember Freddie struggled early this season coming off out of spring training. He was injured and then really struggled at the plate, but he seems to have figured something out at the AAA level, so they're going to bring Freddie back up and see what he can do. And, of course, he does give you a little bit of that versatility in the infield. And I also noticed tonight that John Mayberry Jr. is in the dugout tonight. Now, he's not on the active roster right now. He was doing a rehab assignment down in the Lehigh Valley. They had a doubleheader today, so he was not in the lineup, so he's here tonight. But he is obviously getting close to being back as well, guys.
Yeah, they're just trying to make sure that he is 100% healthy before they bring him back. Now, obviously, rosters expands on the 1st of the month of September, so the Phillies can then add as many as they really want to add. We also talked about Mike Adams, who is heading to Lehigh Valley and will begin a rehab assignment. As Bird breaks his bat and bloops one into left, a base hit, the second hit of the night for the Phils. So he's aboard. Dominic Brown coming up.
There's nothing wrong with that. Marlin stays closed on the ball, centered over the ball really well. He's got great balance, and hitters that do that. I remember Steve Garvey. What a great, fundamentally sound hitter he was. He used to break a lot of bats, get a lot of hits by breaking bats. Nothing wrong with that at all. That's good hitting. You don't have to pay for your bats anyway. The club pays for the
What if
bat.
there was ever a point where you had to pay for your bats? Where you just took whatever was there. But now, but that's interesting you say that about Steve Garvey. I would have never have thought that he would have broken that many, broken bats. One ball, no strikes to Brown. He takes a strike. It's 1-1.
A little like Marlin, I don't know, kind of a robotical swing whereby he looks for a ball in an area and he'll swing staying closed on the ball and like it's in that area, and if it isn't, he'll swing anyway and break his bat, and a lot of a high percentage of broken bats become hits.
Down low, 2-1.
Well, the other part to that too, I think today's player likes a bat with a thin handle and the weight of the bat down in the barrel. So as you start to inch up on the bat, as the ball starts to inch up on the bat, it's weaker. So if they don't hit it on the barrel, it's more apt to break because there's not as much strength in the wood. Hence the handle's a little thinner.
On the outside corner, 2-2.
He's just thrown Dominic 2 fastballs for strikes that have been literally borderline on the black, down and away. I mean, it's pitches that you really got to stick your nose out there to hit.
And a line drive, base hit it to left center field. Bird's around second. He'll stop there. Jay gets to it quickly.
Nice.
Well, this Monday, the Phillies will take on the Washington Nationals. It's the start of a 3-game series. It wraps up this homestand. All 3 night games at 7:05. Tickets can be purchased at Phillies.com.
We saw great hitting by Dominic. And emphasize what Jamie said. The 2 fastballs were right on the outside corner. The one he hit was like 2 or 3 inches over the plate. Big difference in that small space, Jamie. That this ball got a lot of the plate. In fact, it was almost right down the middle. Dominic put a good swing on that ball, go to left center.
So the Phils down 1-0, have a chance to tie it up here with Ruiz. Carlos grounded out his first time up.
62 pitches, excuse me, 63 pitches. Miller has thrown 53 fastballs.
Wow. Off the glove of Brzezinski, not far enough. It's 1-1.
So again, earlier we were talking about the usage of his fastball. How he really uses his fastball a lot, especially if you watch last night's game where Wainwright was the complete opposite. He was far more cutters and curveballs and used his fastball sparingly.
That at bat to Ryan Howard, who threw the 2 backdoor curveballs, where everything was basically fastballs. Carlos lines it out toward right center field. That's going to split the gap. It's going to go to the wall. Brown read it beautifully. Bird will score. Brown's right on his heels. It's a 2-run double. The Phillies take a 2-1 lead.
That's what you do with a fastball down the middle right there. That's a beautiful stroke. You're talking about him using his fastball so much. I think the Philly batters see that now. What balance. Love Chooch as a hitter. Tremendous balance and timing, like Jamie said. And that's Cardinals hitting right there. Men on base. Hit it straight away.
And I guess the trail runner in that case, Brown, has it right in front of him, so he saw that nobody was going to get to that, so he just took off. So here's Ashe, who takes a breaking ball high. It's 1-0. Cody walked his first time up. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's one of those at-bats, Jamie, where you really can't pitch around the 8th hole hitter because there's 1 out. And you put the pitcher up there in a bunt situation. And then Ben Revere.
If they bunt.
Yeah, the pitcher bunts him over, and now you got Ben Revere to deal with.
With a foul ball, and it's 1-2. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Giants trailed or lost to the Nationals 6-2. Denard Span. If there's been a leadoff hitter that's been hotter than Ben Revere, it might be Span. He scored 2 runs today. The Nationals now won 11 of 12. That was Lincecum again today. We saw out in San Francisco, Lincecum was struggling, although he picked up the win. But Lincecum is 0-6 in his last 7 starts against the Nationals. She is struck out. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Delaware Valley Honda. Visit your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer or shophonda.com. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. By Budweiser, here's to Budweiser, here's to baseball. And by the Quality Plus Ford stores. Go further. It's turned into a nice evening here in Philadelphia. Cool night. Buchanan the batter. The Phil's up 2-1. I love when the people behind home plate get on Brian O'Nora or whoever the home plate umpire is. They have that view. You can see their reaction every time they disagree with a pitch. Chopper to short. Peralta has to hurry that throw because Buchanan was moving. Phillies get 2 runs in the inning on the 2-run double by Carlos Ruiz. Some pretty good swings in this inning. Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown, back-to-back singles, and then the double by Ruiz has given the Phillies a 2-1 lead as we go to the 5th. It's going to be a pretty good race in the National League Central, considering the Brewers are still atop the division. A game and a half ahead of the Cardinals. With none other than Willie Peralta as the National League leader in victories with 15, along with Wainwright, Cueto, and Clayton Kershaw.
And Andrew McCutchen having another good year.
Yeah.
Lucroy is tailed off a little bit, but when both of those guys have to be in the MVP discussion.
Absolutely. Lucroy may set a record for doubles by a catcher. I mean, he's got so many 2-base hits.
Plays from first base too, doesn't he?
It may get him off his feet.
I think I saw him make a good play on TV the other night at first base.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Shelby Miller.
Nice to have that pitcher lead off an inning, isn't it, Jamie?
Sure is. Or come up with guys on base.
I think the best part is when you just said that to Jamie, the expression on his face told the whole story.
You don't have that in the American League.
No, they don't.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Miller. Over toward the hole. Well, maybe it wasn't easy pickings.
Maybe that's why he didn't bunt.
I guess so.
Last time he.
Well, it's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown at an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T.
We've seen some good pitcher hitting last night and tonight. Didn't I see Kendrick hit a curveball, line a curveball to right field last night?
Yes, you did.
And you know what's funny is the pitcher went after the first baseman went after the ball. Had he not gone after, they might have thrown Kyle out at first base.
And started a rally.
Yeah.
Well, here's Carpenter. He singled his last time up. Popped out his first time. Throws him something a little off. Cutter, and it's 0-1. .378 on base percentage for Matt Carpenter.
Very good number for a non-home run hitter. What I mean by that is home run hitters get a lot of, tough pitches. Pitchers pitch around them. Pitchers will walk them on purpose a lot of times. The threat of the home run can create a lot of base on balls, as it did for me.
Oof. Awfully close, a little low. 2-1. I think the other thing about Carpenter that stands out, just the doubles. 31 this year, but he leads the National League overall the last 2 years in those 2 base hits. That's what's kind of set him aside from a lot of people.
Interesting. Doesn't wear batting gloves. Reminds me of Keith Hernandez. Hitters over the last couple decades that don't go up there without batting gloves on.
I think Hunter Pence was wearing them the other day in San Francisco, and I think I was surprised by that.
Really?
I think he was, because he was one of those guys that rarely wore them. Three balls and 2 strikes. That's the norm. What Colton Wong has the 2 gloves on. And through the hole on the right side, a base hit. Miller will stop at second, so back-to-back singles for the Cardinals. Well, tomorrow, watch the series finale between the Phils and the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll be on Comcast Sportsnet at 1:30. It's another edition of Sundays with Schmidt.
I've seen it all now.
The big Sunday show will get underway at 1 o'clock.
Tom just read that spot. It was laying on the floor while he was reading it, so he dropped the old iPad.
You got to improvise. When you hear the music, Schmidt, you got to read it. You got to read it or you got to make it up.
We have a little predicament here for Mr. Buchanan.
Yeah, Wong is 1 for 2. And he bunts.
Oh.
He bunted it twice. It's a fair ball. And now they get him at first base. He never ran. That's not reviewable, but he can ask for help. I thought he hit it twice.
I think they're saying he hit it twice.
Well, I would think he would have had to hit it twice not to run. Oh, yeah. It bounced back.
Can we go back?
Back.
Can we take that back? We'll talk about another rule, Mike. Take it back and freeze it right before.
Carlos alerting them to throw it.
That's where his foot is right there. Wong's back foot is out of the box. Out of the box. You can. It's hard to see the lines. You can
looks like he's
faintly see the line.
straddling the line.
Yeah.
There's another rule. You're right. That's a rule that's never enforced. Catchers,
never.
catchers box.
And you watch a lot of left-handed hitters when they bunt. Bunters when they bunt.
Step behind the plate.
Exactly.
Left foot.
Exactly.
Yeah, stand behind the plate. Never called. You're right.
And why do they do that? So they can reach across the plate to get that ball.
Well, the fans now realize that there's still runners on first and second. The count is 0-1 to Colton Wong. 0-2. It's a shame they didn't get the double play, but it was the right call. He did bunt it twice.
There again, I can't figure that out. If you want this guy to punch, why did you change to swing?
Think he did it on his own? Can't imagine he would do that first and second, right? To the right side. This could be 2. Howard can't get it out of his glove, and it's not. It's going to be at least 1. It's not going to be 2. 3-1 on the putout. Runners on second and third.
The thing he got to sign from the first base coach. Here it comes. They'll come out and review this one.
Yep. Wong's just going to hang around the first base bag. I don't know if they would have been able to turn 2. If Howard had gotten it out of his glove. Let's take a look at the replay. And he got him. And Matheny's now heading back to the dugout. Boy, that slow-mo is a big deal, huh? Look at that. Not even on the bag yet, and Buchanan's already firmly on the bag.
Well, even if they're not able to turn 2, what it does, if they get the out at second base, it still keeps the double play in order.
Right.
And the go-ahead run off at second base.
Well, here's Matt Holliday. The Phillies played the infield back. It seemed like Ryan just couldn't get a grip on that ball in his glove. Holliday breaks his bat. He'll get an RBI though. Ground ball to second. Run scores. We're tied at 2.
It's an out for a run. But that's the Cardinals. That's the Cardinals. They will swing fastball early with men in scoring position and try to go the other way and stay in the middle of the field. You know, Halliday was just, I'm going to take 1 RBI. Basically what it was. If I square it up and hit it on the line, I'll get 2, but I'm getting 1 RBI.
And the base hit by the pitcher certainly helped the Cardinals in this inning. There's Matt Adams, who's 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice. On the outside corner, it's 0-1. Was there a point in your career where you realized, all right, RBI situation, I'm going after the first fastball I see?
Well, probably most of my career, I wanted something like, I wanted a fastball early with men in scoring position. The problem is most of the time, most of my career, I try to pull that thing. I try to pull it, try to, I don't know, do too much with it. I hate that statement. You try to do too much, but technically that's what I did. Rather than just take a little ground ball up the middle or a line drive the other way. And if something big happens, it happens as a result of thinking small. My problem was early in my career thinking too big.
Ball, 2 strikes to Matt Adams with the runner at third. 2 outs here in the 5th.
The Cardinals for the last, they've had a pretty good run to the last 5-6 years offensively. They've always been the kind of team that knows how to keep that merry-go-round going. Jamie, they keep moving them around.
They don't run like they used to. They used to have a lot of base stealers. They don't run quite as well as they used to, but they do know how to handle the bats.
They rally. They know how to rally. They know how to take a little here, take a little there, take a walk there. Broken back ground ball gets a guy in. Boom, big fly. Or if not, we got one.
Almost pesky-like.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of home run hitters. Just good hitters.
Yeah, Peralta's their leader with 18. But beyond that,
now their ballpark's not small, right?
No, it's fair. Yeah,
fair.
Yeah. It's more of a pitcher's park. You're right. Their ballpark, I think the corners are deeper than some other ballparks. I don't know if that makes any sense, compared to the normal 330, 335, whatever it is. It seems like it's a little deeper. Two balls and 2 strikes to Matt Adams. Inside, 3-2. Carpenter's taking some liberties, as you would expect, off the third base bag, since Ashe is way off the line. That one slipped out of the hand of David Buchanan. Bob McClure is going to go out and talk to the young right-hander. Fans follow every Phillies game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and much more. Download on the App Store. Visit Phillies.com today.
Jamie, give us a little sense of what might be going on in the mound. What's the first thing he usually says is, "How do you feel?"
Or let's just take a breather here. Just take a breather. Recollect your thoughts. Okay, now what do we want to do here? Who's at the plate? What's the situation? We got 2 outs. We got a man on third. Be careful, the base runner. Maybe reminding the catcher, hey, keep your head up. Base runner takes that secondary lead. Maybe he sees you dropping your head, or the infielders, middle infielders, don't let him get a cheap bag to second.
Watch your first pitch.
And now, who's the hitter? Let's make a quality pitch from pitch 1.
Which that was. That's the changeup that he threw him 3-1, I believe, last time.
Yep.
Sometimes in these situations you have to make your best pitch or pitches early in the count. Somebody that may be a little more experienced, you might say, hey, what do you want to do here? Would you rather try to get him to chase and if you fall behind him, you move on to the next hitter, or would you rather go after this hitter? A lot of times you're given the option. Somebody like David Buchanan probably not given that option just yet because he wouldn't know how to handle that or think through that type of situation.
Out towards center field, Ben Revere. He'll settle under it, and that'll do it for the Cardinals here in the 5th inning. But they do tie it up, an RBI and a ground out. David Buchanan is through 5. Ben Revere will lead it off when we come back.
Nice.
Talk about dignitaries that came back for that ceremony. Oh, even
all
Yogi.
Even all the other guys with plaques, huh?
Yeah. You get a plaque, you have to come back for additional ceremonies.
That's their version of the Wall of Fame.
That is correct. You had to figure that he would eventually get one of those out there to what he did for that organization. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ben Revere. Revere 0 for 2. He flied out to left his last time. Chopper. Whoa. Ooh, wow. Boy, that was really close. Yeah, that's foul. We have kind of an odd angle up here. From up here, it really looked like it was.
Why can't we have a little thing going up here with manager Sandberg?
Thumb up, thumb down. We'd lead him astray from time to time. That one's pulled to the right side. Wong will throw him out. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. Summer's winding down. Less than a month from fall.
So Jimmy has been struggling, as I understand. Correct?
Jimmy has been struggling.
Let's see him get going here.
His average is came in tonight at 237. With his base hit tonight, he's at 238. You know, we talked about this a little bit, but he's got himself in the top 10 in walks. He's got 58, and he's tied for 10th right now with one other player. He walked twice last night. He's never finished in the top 10 in walks in his career in a season.
Well, you know me, I believe the walk is a great offensive weapon.
Out toward left field, and Holiday puts it away for the second out. And that'll bring Chase Utley to the plate. It does seem like Mario Hollins is warming up with a purpose out in the pen, so we may have seen the last of David Buchanan for tonight. There's Mario. Utley's 0 for 2. He's flat out to left twice. On the outside corner, 0-1.
So here's where I like to see Chase as a three-hole hitter in the batting order. I've oftentimes said, in a perfect world, Chase Utley is probably, you know, on a great ball club with great offensive talents, probably a consummate two-hole hitter. And these are the pitches right here where, boom, thank you, where we need to see Chase turn it loose on the 2-0 fastballs.
Well, Tavares comes running in to make that catch. It's a 1-2-3 fifth inning for Shelby Miller, who's allowed 4 hits. The Fun Zone, a great place to be. Doesn't matter what time of day. Steps up the ladder of the National League batting average leaders. Coming into the homestand, Revere has acquired 5 4-hit games this season, the most in the majors, and tying the most for the Phillies in over 30 years. Since the last week of June, the man at the top of the lineup has batted well above 350. Night after night, Ben continues to set the table. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Ben Revere has been quiet tonight. It hasn't been often since the All-Star break when he is hitless in a ball game, but he's 0 for 3. That's a credit to Shelby Miller, the starter for the Cardinals.
We did a couple balls hard, Tom. You know, Ben has. That's all you can do. Go up there and hit her hard.
He's shaking his head out in the outfield because I think he feels the same way. You know, he's barreled a couple of those balls up, but he's nothing to show for it. Here's Mario Hollins into his 48th ball game. It just seemed like, as you guys were talking about, that Buchanan was just maybe a tick off, Jamie, as you said. So it's not a bad idea to go out and get him in this spot and bring Mario Hollins in to face these Cardinals.
Oh, he's usually not a power pitcher. He had no strikeouts tonight. 2 walks. Gave up 8 hits, but spread them out, and only allowed 2 runs to the Cardinals. Again, these are all you're watching him learn right in front of you.
AJ Pierzynski fouls the first pitch back. It's 0-1.
And as much as David may seem frustrated, give him 24, 48 hours. I'm sure he'll be able to pull some positives out of this game and become a better pitcher.
Go with 2. Well, here's a spot where the Cardinals are going to need Yadier Molina. Not that AJ Pierzynski has not had a solid career by any stretch. As he hits that one out toward left field, Dominic Brown on the run, and he can't get it. It's past him to the wall, and Pierzynski slides in awkwardly at second. His second double in a Cardinals uniform.
Well, I'd like to have that pitch back, Jamie. An 0-2 hanging breaking ball started right at the hitter, broke over the inner half of the plate. I mean, you give the hitter credit. Stayed inside the ball. Well, that ball's right down the middle, actually. Made it solid to left center. Not a good pitch.
Not for 0-2.
There again, I mean, you don't execute everyone perfectly. You may be trying to bounce it and just came out of the hand wrong, but not a good pitch.
Well, here's Taveras, who walked his first time up, singled his last time up. So Pierzynski's on second. Got a couple lefties in a row here, 3 in a row, counting Pierzynski, with Taveras and then John Jay, who's in the on-deck circle.
The bottom of the Cardinals order here, 3 left-handers on a left-handed pitcher. Let's see what we were talking about with the Cardinals in terms of moving runners and quality at bats. I know this hitter knows his job is to hit the ball to the right side here. And he fouled that ball off over the third base dugout. So
and a liner out toward left field. Here comes Dominic Brown. He plays it on 1 hop, and his throw to third gets past Kobayashi. Hollins tries to get to it, but Pierzynski's going to score standing, and going to third is Taveras. It's 3-2 Cardinals. Boy, that was sloppy on so many levels. Wow.
yes, it was. I guess I have to handle this one, Jamie.
Go right ahead, Michael.
First of all, I don't think Dominic got a good jump on that ball. I don't think he read that ball off the bat well. I'm not saying it had to be caught, but then a little bit of a, sort of a lackadaisical, with all due respect, throw into third base, when if he'd came up with that ball right away and he had it in front of him, he might have been able to throw the guy out at third base. And then after that, it was the inability to block the ball at third base and keep it in the infield, and there's nobody back in the play up.
Well, now the Phillies have to bring the infield in, and John Jay waves at the first pitch. The Cardinals have taken the lead. They have 10 hits now. Jay is 1 for 2. He singled his first time up, grounded out his last time.
Boy, outfield defense, Jamie, is something that I know as a pitcher, you need that good outfield defense to be a really good team.
Hollins didn't make a bad pitch there either.
No, actually, the batter was not a good at bat. He got the batter to hit a fly ball, little Texas League humpback line drive fly ball, whatever you call it, to the wrong side of the ballpark.
Well, last night the Phillies capitalized on a miscue by the Cardinals. Wound up winning the ball game by 1 run. And now the Cardinals have a 1-run lead here in the 6th inning.
Now the runner on third will not be going on contact with no outs, making the ball go through the infield.
Three balls and 2 strikes.
Well, if somehow Mario can keep the ball in the infield, pop him up, strike him out right here. This is a big out because you get the pitcher on deck.
And they're not going to pinch hit for him.
Right. And then you get the top of the order. So
outside ball 4, and then up the runners on first and third. So he lost him. He was ahead. And now Shelby Miller.
Didn't we see this?
We did.
Predicament earlier in the game.
You want to go out on a limb and say he's going to bunt?
I want to say he
has to bunt.
I'm trying to think of something I'll do if he doesn't bunt here. I will. What will I do?
Don't
I'm
promise
not
you're
going
to walk somewhere or anything
no.
like that.
But he got a base hit, against the right-handed pitcher the last time up. You have the infield in here.
Well, Miller went down and talked to Oquendo. Now he looks at Oquendo for signs. Runners on first and third. Jay has decent speed over at first. He squares and he bunts toward third. Safety squeeze. Ashley picks it up, throws to first on one hop. It gets by Utley. 1 run is in. Here comes Jay. He's going to try to score, and he does. It's 5-2 Cardinals.
Me again.
Well, you can finally say that's why you bunt if you want to.
Well, that was a fantastic bunt. I would say if you watch on replay right here and you get an overhead view of this bunt kicked off the grass right there and was heading foul. Right? The bunt was heading foul.
Yep.
So here you go. You'll see it right here. Boom! Kicks off the bat, and it's going foul.
It was still spinning. Yep.
We should have just let it roll foul. And then once we decided to field the ball and throw to first, there's really no one backing up over there, and bad throw to first base. Chase couldn't block it. Tried to block it, but got yourself a little merry-go-round there.
How about Jay scoring all the way from first on the errant throw? And now it's a 5-2 ball game. Well, let's see how they're going to score this one. They're going to wind up scoring at a sacrifice. And then E5. So we've had an E7 in this inning, and now an E5.
This was all in the inning where we brought a left-hander in to pitch to
all
2 left-handed hitters and the pitcher. Jamie and I were talking. That's a good move. The matchups are really good right now for it.
And still nobody out.
It's those pesky Cardinals.
1 ball and no strikes to Carpenter. He's 2 for 3. Check swing. Chopper to third. Ashley looks the runner back. 1 out.
That helps the cause right there, because I know Carpenter was trying to ground the ball to the right side of the infield. Almost looked like he started to swing because he read breaking ball or something. Turned out to be a fastball, and check swinged it to third base.
Colton Wong is 1 for 3, singled in the first, and he's grounded out his last 2 times up. All these lefties, it was definitely the right move to bring in Mario Hollins. But the Phillies have not been able to execute. Justin DeFreitas warming up in the pen.
lot of little things in the inning. The 0-2 hanging breaking ball starts the inning off with Brzezinski. These pesky Cardinal hitters are laying off the breaking ball, taking their walk, get the perfect bunt laid down when you have to have a bunt. You know, he didn't foul it off, go to 2 strikes and end up striking out. Put down a blueprint bunt.
All in all, forcing the defense to make plays and putting pressure on the defense. And as an offensive club, that's what you're looking to do consistently.
Ryan Howard has that one. He'll walk it over to the bag. 2 outs. So Miller's over at third. And here comes Ryan Sandberg. And that'll be it for Hollins. They'll bring in the right-hander DeFreitas to face Matt Holliday. There's the signal to the pen. So pitching change here in the 6th inning. The Cardinals have broken this tie. They've scored 3 runs. The Phillies have committed 2 errors. We'll be back with Justin DeFreitas right after this. Inning. Justin DeFreitas will be the new pitcher. Well, as promised earlier in the game, we have our AT&T fan photo of the game. Jackie, we appreciate this photo very much. It's the Fanatic crashing your wedding. Who wouldn't want the Fanatic at their wedding? You had him at your kids' birthday parties when they were younger. Tweet your photo to hashtag Philly fan photo for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T.
Take notice, all the people in the wedding party in the background had Fanatic things on the top of their heads.
Fanatic dangle hats?
Yeah.
Thought I saw some red dresses too.
Yeah.
Philly flavor through and through. Well, DeFreitas is on to try to get Matt Holliday with a runner over at third. 3 runs have scored here in this inning. Breaking ball low. 1 ball, no strikes. Over to third. And Ashley's got time. Holliday doesn't run all that well. And the inning does come to a close. 3-run score, though, for the Cardinals. The Phillies committed 2 errors to help them along. 5-2 St. Louis as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Well, the Cardinals all of a sudden have a 3-run lead as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And we mentioned 3 of those runs. Only 1 was earned because of the 2 errors. Charged to the line of Mario Hollins. Well, Mike Matheny watched his team make the mistake last night that led to the Phils' go-ahead run. And now tonight, the Cardinals capitalize on the mistakes by the Phils to get a couple of extra ones.
You could watch a lot of Major League Baseball and not see the 3 plays that we saw, the 3 exchanges last night and these 2 tonight.
Very true.
You could go a month and not see that in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, this is the kind of year where, you know, those mistakes are kind of magnified because offensively the Phillies are not the same kind of team as they used to be. So it's tough to overcome those mistakes in the way the season's transpired.
Well, that particular inning there started with judgment on a bunt. Not started, but I mean, it continued because of the judgment on a bunt.
Even the judgment on the ball
on
to the
a fly ball, yes, to left field.
Well, Cody will learn when he's coming in on a really good bunt over the grassy area right there, that in the back of his mind, always if it rolls off the grass and heads toward, if it's got some momentum toward the white line, to let it go. You can pull your hand up at the last second if you see that. You're like right here, he's coming in, knowing he's going now he can just pull your hand up and let it go. I mean, what's the worst case scenario? I mean, it stays fair. But then again, I used to take a ball before the game and roll it down the third baseline, especially in opposing, in visiting ballparks. Sometimes they slant that chalk a little bit toward the infield so the ball won't roll foul.
So it's like a wall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you check that in the end. You know, you check that during batting practice. You just take a ball and roll it down the third baseline.
2-1 to Howard as he fouls that back.
I did that a lot as well as a pitcher. When I'd go to a new ballpark, I'd go out early in the afternoon and take a couple baseballs and roll them down, especially when there was dirt on the line. If the grass went right to the line, it didn't matter. But if there was a dirt area, even some places where there was turf.
Yeah, AstroTurf is a great example. Like I remember Olympic Stadium in Montreal. You could stand there and you could roll a ball a foot off the foul line straight down to third base, and it would not break to the left. It would stay fair.
Out to left field. Holiday back toward the track to the wall. It is gone. Just over the flower bed. Ryan Howard flicked his 19th home run to make this a 5-3 ball game.
Flower bed shot. They all count. Looks like 500 feet in the box score tomorrow morning.
He was vying for a home run.
I always love to see the pitcher's face after a home run, or after a home run like that.
Oh, he went down and got it. I think Ryan knew it was gone. Made a winner out of
Really?
Danielle Jacob. The way he looked at it. Maybe he was praying.
Well, he was
that
in
it
his
gone.
trot, I must admit. He was in his home run trot.
They're just giving out $400 in the McDonald's home run jackpot. Last home run for Howard was the 7th of August. His 4th home run since the break. No balls and 1 strike to Marlon Byrd. One. It looked like he slipped after throwing that last pitch.
Cardinals have 2 warming up. I think I'm just getting the sense that it might be getting a little late in the game here for Cardinals pitcher.
Yeah, they've got Choate, the left-hander, the veteran left-hander, warming up. Right side, foul territory. Oh. And Adams didn't realize the fence was coming up on him.
You don't get a lot of help from the visiting team on that.
No, you don't.
No, they kind of stayed vacant right there. They're all hanging out that side of the dugout, and they just watched.
Guys yelling, bicycle.
Got room, got room, got room.
Oh, except for the dugout.
They went after him with a fastball, and Bird is struck out. What a way. Dominic Brown's coming up. It's time for our cold hard fact. Here's Greg Murphy.
All right, thanks, Tom. Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. And on this date in 2009, Eric Bruntlett turned an unassisted triple play in the 9th inning in a win over the New York Mets. It was the 15th unassisted triple play in Major League Baseball history, but just the 2nd guys to ever end a game. That is our Coors Light cold hard fact, and I'm sure you guys remember that.
Yeah, day game up in New York. Dominic Brown to left field. Matt Holliday over toward the line. 2 outs. It was startling. Line drive back up the middle. Here we go. Here's the triple play. Jeff Francoeur. Daniel Murphy was running, so that is why Bruntlett was hovering around the second base bag. It was remarkable. 2 away. Here's Ruiz. He had a 2-run double his last time up. And it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Pretty polished for 23, huh, Jamie?
Yeah. Throws the ball well. He's very aggressive.
Miller was supposed to go to Texas A&M when he came out of high school. And the Cardinals had, after selecting him in the first round, until the 17th of August to sign him. And they signed him right on the last day before he would head back, or he would head to class in College Station. They signed him for $2.87 million. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Same draft class that Steven Strasburg was part of. Zach Wheeler from the Giants, now with the Mets. Mike Minor, and then later on in the first round, Mike Trout.
Good class.
Another pop-up. This one will stay in play. Adams was taking a look to see where Ruiz was. A home run by Ryan Howard has pulled the Phils to within 2. We'll go to the 7th inning here in Philadelphia. For your local Honda dealers game summary, you just saw Ryan Howard at the end of those highlights. He's made it a 5-3 ball game with his 19th home run of the season. David Buchanan went 5 innings today. He's not going to interfere in this decision. Shelby Miller, meanwhile, has got 6 innings for the Cardinals. Changes for the Phils. They'll make a double switch. Grady Sizemore comes into play left field. He's in for Dominic Brown. And he'll bat 9th. Meanwhile, Antonio Bastardo's the new pitcher. Bastardo in his 55th game, 4.64 ERA, so he'll bat at Dominic Brown's spot, which is 6th in the order. And Bastardo will face Matt Adams, Johnny Peralta, and A.J. Przinsky. Here at the top of the 7th inning. All right, you guys have watched a lot of games this year. Cardinals a better team than the Brewers, you think, in the Central? Or do you think that they're fairly even at this point?
My quick answer would be starting pitching goes to Cardinals. I'm not too sure about bullpen, but a key component is starting pitching. Definitely goes to Cardinals.
I think the Brewers might have a little more pop in their lineup as far as power goes. But I think the Cardinals are going to make a little more contact.
That ball takes a bounce and hits Matt Adams. The midsection's getting a workout. 1 ball and no strikes. I think that Yadier Molina coming back in September, if he is able to come back, and I hope he is. I mean, that's a big boost for St. Louis.
And Waka, if he comes back.
And Waka is another big one. They're really hoping that he's going to be healthy and can come back.
Jaime Garcia won't be back.
Will not. One ball, no strikes to Adams. And it's 1-1.
Well, there's a high strike, Jamie. You don't see that in call very often.
No. See if it continues to get called.
Better Revere playing deep out in center field. Able to get to this one for the first out. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They will receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal. And that's helping you bank better. Citizens Bank, good banking. is good citizenship.
Question for Jamie. Pitchers today seem like they want to pitch with the clean ball, as opposed to pitchers back in the day. Love to see a scuff on it, or you know what I mean, a nick. Didn't want you to throw it out if it went in the dirt. What's the difference?
Howard over toward the dugout. He'll get help, and he makes a basket catch, and he uses every bit of his midsection. Are there 2 outs?
Well, the difference today is anytime the ball's put in play or hits the ground, the umpires look at it and they take it out of play. And I think a lot of that is, here's replay of that play where Ryan Howard stays with it.
Caught with the heel of the glove.
But yeah, interesting.
There you go, Jamie. 2 hands. You'd be screaming 2 hands.
It's a different 2 hands than I'm used to. Thinking over the head with 2 hands. But yeah, every time the ball hits the dirt, and I think it's what they use to top dress the field with, it scuffs the ball, so they throw it out. And you're right, Mike. Back in the day, boy, if that whole ball had a little bit of a scuff on it, pitchers knew how to use that scuff to their advantage. Now players don't know how to use that scuff to their advantage, and actually, I've seen guys get rid of it because it had a scuff on it.
Now, if it has a scuff, would you put more pressure on that spot of the ball?
No, you put the scuff opposite of where you want which way you want the ball to move.
I did not know that.
For the golfers out there, it's like having a little mud on one side of a golf ball when you hit it.
I'm not a science guy, but were you a physics or a biology major?
I was biology.
Biology. Oh, I'm sorry. Physics.
A couple of years.
Think about a baseball, smooth baseball, and it's rough on one side. As the air goes around it, it's going to push it the opposite way.
I only had 1 physics class, Jamie.
I'm not a physics guy either, but I threw enough baseballs with markings on them, or sometimes you get a ball back from a hitter that's got a cut on it. You know, with bats with a cup at the end, and it cuts the leather of the ball.
Oh yeah,
that's another way. Sometimes too you can't control it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the reason today's pitchers don't want scuffs on them, because they're not used to it. They're afraid that it'll straighten the ball out, or they can make it move clean.
I don't know why I thought, and now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense that you're going to put your pressure on the cut part of it. Because basically, if you do that, then you're sealing it off. So if you're leaving it open, then it can.
You want the scuff on the side of the ball, so as the air goes around the ball, it pushes. It's the easiest way for me to explain it.
Well, I have
for me to understand it.
few fellow members at a place called the Hall of Fame that know a lot about throwing with that scuff on the ball.
There's the 3-2 pitch.
Or spit, for that matter. And a little Vaseline.
2-out walk, and that'll bring Taveras to the plate. Taveras has been on base 3 times tonight.
Well, I've been around also with players that have corked their bats.
Turning the tide.
What is that,
Jamie?
Who would do that?
I don't know. And I'm not insinuating you did it. Okay, I'm going to start by saying
I'm
that.
not mentioning any names.
But no, I actually was pitching in a game, and a bat broke, and the cork was exposed. It split right down the middle, and the cork was still stuck in the piece that splintered off the bat. Billy Hatcher.
Oh, I think I remember that. What does the hitter say at that point? My bad? I mean,
I didn't know. I didn't know that was in there.
The response was it was a pitcher's bat, and they use it.
I just grabbed the bat.
1 ball, no strikes to Taveras. That is what Sammy Sosa said when he didn't say it was a pitcher's bat. He said it was a BP bat when he was caught.
His BP bat?
his BP bat. You know, he's putting a show on for the fans. Two balls and no strikes. There's a slider for a strike. 2-1.
The slow pitching tempo gives us a chance to chat about a lot of things, though, you must admit.
It is true.
Weren't there a couple situations too where it was insinuated that players had corked bats? And didn't the league take them and X-ray them, or somehow tried to figure out?
Well, Albert Bell, I believe his bats were X-rayed at one point.
See this can of worms you opened here?
People,
it started by scuffs on the baseball.
Maybe you've quickly turned the tide to corked bats.
I think that's a thing of the past too.
Yeah. Why do you need to cork these bats? They come from the factory corked.
Fly ball out toward left field. Grady Sizemore winds in. No runs, no hits, one man left. Time to stretch here at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies trail it 5-3. Cardinals lead the Phillies 5-3. It'll be Cody Ashley, then Grady Sizemore to bat. Phillies Charities auction official game used jerseys from the 2014 season. Includes Cole Hamels, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, and many more. Each jersey is autographed and comes with an official 75th anniversary Lou Gehrig speech patch. Look for the Phillies auction section on the homepage at Phillies.com. Net proceeds benefit Phillies Charities. The auction ends Sunday, August 24th. Peter Borges takes over at center field for the Cardinals. Moving from center field over to right field is John Jay. And Shelby Miller's evening is done. Randy Choate will take over out on the mound, the veteran left-hander. 50th ball game for Choate, 2-2 with an ERA of 4.55. And he's on to face Cody Ashley here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Ashley's 0 for 1. He's walked his first time up, struck out his last time to the plate. First pitch is in there. It's 0-1. You know, the Phillies all year long have been wearing the CB patch on their jersey in memory of Claire Betts, one of the Phillies owners who passed away this past off season. The Phillies today lost another member of the family. The great Sally Buck passed away, and Sally and her late husband Whip and the Buck family, a big part of the Phillies since the early 80s. The ownership group that has done such a great job, not only with this beautiful ballpark, with this franchise, the 5 straight division titles. That's where we saw Sally an awful lot with Whip. Just tremendous, tremendous people. And Sally was a sweetheart. And our thoughts and prayers go out to the entire Buck family. Sally, as we said, there's not too many people that you run into that make you feel as warm and comfortable as Sally and even Whip before, and the entire Buck family. But our thoughts and prayers go out to them with the passing of Sally. As Sizemore takes a strike, it's 0-1.
I always look forward to when we were in the playoffs or in the World Series when we were traveling, getting on the plane and seeing the ownership and the Bucks, and just everybody was happy, everybody was smiling, and it was just really, Tom, you're right. You hit the nail right on the head. It just felt like one big family.
I think the smiling part of it, they were so welcoming, you know, to everybody that came on the plane, at the hotel, you know, and I know they're very much behind the scenes in so many ways, but that was a time where, you know, their appreciation really came to light for everybody involved in the organization. Sizemore's retired, 2 outs.
Well put by both of you. I can't see how there is any more classy ownership group in all of baseball than the Phillies. The Middleton family, the Betts family, the Buck family. We're very lucky here in Philadelphia to have such solid, classy ownership, and of course, Sally Buck will surely be missed.
You just think about this ballpark all by itself, and you know what this has meant for the city. You could say that about all the venues, the sports venues, the Link and Wells Fargo Center, but this place in particular, and what it's meant to the city of Philadelphia. Ben Revere takes outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Ben is hitless in 3 at bats. But this guy just keeps on pitching. Randy Choate. He's been around American League, National League.
I think they stopped making that glove he's wearing like 5 years ago.
He must have stockpiled as Revere waves at it. It's 1-2.
Back in the day, this Jamie, Tom, just didn't seem like there were as many left-handers in the game as there are now. There's so much more matching up of lefty on lefty hitter these days. We've seen it in tonight's game a couple of times than there used to be.
Yeah, and every team has 2 or 3 in their bullpen.
Well, you have to have 2 or 3. You're better off with 3 when you play the Phillies.
Yep.
Unless you have guys that could get righties and lefties out, and they're not overly common.
Chopper right side. And Revere 0 for 4 in this ball game. Quiet 7th inning for the Phils. We'll go to the 8th inning here in Philadelphia. Cardinals hanging on to that 2-run lead.
We have the fantasy camp crew up there, and I do not see one guy that can dance. A whole lot of loss of rhythm up there in those boys.
I didn't know where you were going with it. I didn't know if you were going to talk about.
They're up there. Look at them. They're all lined up dancing with the Fanatic, and wow.
Yeah, the Fanatic's dugout dance is taking him up to the Hall of Fame club in front of the press box area. That's probably because there's so many folks representing fantasy camp. I thought you were going to throw out a number. I don't see many guys wearing number whatever. I don't see. Well, they certainly look like a lot of people I know at weddings, though. That's how they would.
They're probably signing autographs, walking around.
Bastardo will go back to work against John Jay here in the 8th inning. Fantasy campers were honored before the ball game today as part of their deal. The fantasy campers from this year, 2014. There they are. Talk about how you get a chance to wear your favorite Philly number. You get a uniform if you go to fantasy camp. They showed some highlights. They play on the Carpenter Complex down at Bright House Field. I think Bull and Bob Boone's team won the championship this year. 1-2 to Jay. John Jay is 1 for 2. He's walked and scored a run. Two balls and 2 strikes. Good pitch. Gets the first down.
It's a big inning for the Phillies right here. If Bastardo can get through this inning and hold it to a 2-run deficit. What a difference. 2-run deficit and 3-run deficit. Like night and day. You get one base runner in the bottom of the inning, the tying runs at home plate.
His previous fastballs before that slider really set up that slider. Made it much more effective than going slider, 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 slider.
Well, the strikeout has been a huge weapon for the Phillies bullpen. We've talked about it, and a lot of times we talk about Diekman and Giles and even Papelbon, but you could say the same about Pistardo too. Had that one game where he pitched 2 innings and then 6 strikeouts. Phillies bullpen as a whole has racked up strikeouts left and right. Count is 0-1, 0-2. And speaking of that, since the All-Star break, the Phillies bullpen has been one of the best in all of baseball as far as the strikeout goes, which is a huge weapon. And there we go. We got back-to-back strikeouts for Pistardo. So coming into this ballgame since the break, only the Angels had more strikeouts out of the bullpen than the Phillies, and the Phillies lead the National League in that category. Now that's prior to tonight, so they have 118 in the bullpen. So 2 outs. Here's Carpenter.
We talked in the opening about Ben Revere being a bright spot. Well, you just brought up a real bright spot for the future of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that's the youth and the strikeout potential and the success of the bullpen.
Yeah, Phillies think they're going to get Mike Adams back by the 1st of September too, to even add to it. But the youthfulness, it's huge moving forward. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3 Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Closing in on my bedtime here, guys. Keep an eye on me.
That's right. This is a night game for you. The sun's usually out when you're in here with us. You know what we could do? We could turn the light on if you want up here in the booth. That'll pop a little bit.
You're going to need a wake-up call tomorrow morning? Or are you just going to stay here? You're going to stay here tonight?
I guarantee I'll be wide awake at 6. Thank you.
There you go. The light's on up here. And a foul tip. Ruiz hangs on, and Pistardo has just struck out the side. That'll wake you up, Michael. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning here. Fantasy campers getting a chance to tip their cap. Phillies hope that they can raise their cap to the fans and pull out a victory over the Cardinals here tonight.
Puts the ball down the line. Carpenter makes a nice play to get to the ball, but it's a long throw for him. Pulls Adams off the bag. He makes a nice catch and goes up the line and tags Chooch out for the Hyundai defensive play of the game.
Well, Matt Carpenter has a couple hits tonight. And he and Adams had a little problem last night on an exchange that led to the Phillies' victory. Tonight, not so much. Jimmy Rollins will lead it off against Randy Choate. It'll be Rollins, Utley, and Howard. Pat Neshek is warming up in the bullpen for the Cardinals. Got it away. 1 ball and no strikes to Rollins. Rollins, an infield hit his first time up. He popped out and then flied out his last 2 times. Jimmy, you said this guy is using a glove that they haven't made in a few years. I met a guy today that had your glove from high school.
How about that?
What was up with that? How did you get rid of your glove from high school?
I didn't.
Ground ball through the hole.
I know how he got it, though. He told me.
I want to get back to this, but first we have breaking news. Well, not really breaking news, but Murph has the Major League Notebook. Murph?
Well, not exactly breaking. It happened earlier today there, Tom. But brought to you by Gwynedd Mercer University. And a little drama in the Red Sox-Seattle game this afternoon. Both benches were warned after Robinson Cano and David Ortiz were both hit by pitches. Ortiz was hit in the arm. He had to leave the game with a swollen elbow. Cano was just hit in the backside. He was fine. They do expect Ortiz to be fine tomorrow. And some drama in the Rays and Blue Jays game as well. The Rays are playing that game under protest. They ended up losing in extra innings, but Joe Madden, Rays manager, playing it under protest after he believed that the replay was issued after the next play had already started. He said he thinks their protest is cut and dry and expects to win it. Bob Davidson, the umpire, said no, the next play had not started yet, so therefore the replay was allowed to happen. So we'll have to wait and see. We know that earlier this week a protest was upheld, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not the Rays can win that one, guys.
Yeah, earlier the protest was won.
Yep.
This one we'll see. Now, what's in question is that replay was asked for, but the pitcher was on the rubber and the batter was in the box as Utley pulls it foul. By rule, as Murph missed that ground ball, by rule, replay has to be requested before the pitcher gets on the rubber and the batter gets in the box. But it was granted in this case, so that's why the Rays are protesting. It is a rule. I don't think they're going to win it. Major League Baseball come up with some kind of a reason behind it, but it is a rule. Utley hits one back toward the middle, a base hit. Rollins will go to second. All right, so now the tying run is at first. The go-ahead run is at the plates.
There we go. Good stuff. Chase staying, as we said earlier, in the middle of the field. Those line drive, ground balls back through the middle are money, baby. They are money.
Phillies have only had 4 chances with runners in scoring position tonight. They're 1 for 4. Howard hit a home run his last time up the opposite way.
Fastball running away, and Ryan stayed with it and got it into the air, and the ball, I don't want to say it carried. I think the ball would have left either way. Carried over that flower box in left field for a solo home run.
There goes Rollins. There goes Utley. A double steal. The tying runs in scoring position. No chance for Brzezinski to get either base runner.
No, they must have a sign. We used to have a sign. If you're the runner on second, you think you might steal. You got to somehow let Chase know that you're thinking about doing that. You don't want to get caught and leave him on first base in that situation. And they must know something about Choke, too, in his delivery. One look back and go, one look back and go.
1 ball, 1 strike to Howard.
Well, and they went early in the count. Now Ryan doesn't have to.
Right.
If Jimmy's on second, it's not distracting if he's bouncing back and forth.
Now here's where the Cardinals' attitude of hitting comes into play. Just get one in. Just think one. Just think small. That's when big stuff happens.
Breaking ball, 2-1. Howard now with 19 home runs against the St. Louis Cardinals. His RBI tonight on the home run puts him at 80 for the year. See what he's done against Cho.
Well, there was his pitch right there. He had his fastball pretty much middle, thigh high, middle of the plate. Now I think he's got to go fighting. He's got to go fighting that spinner now for a couple pitches.
Oh yeah. There's Nishak in the pen, an all-star this year. Oh, it hit him. That'll load up the bases.
And that'll bring out Matheny.
Mike Matheny already up the stairs and heading out to the mound. He'll bring in the sidewinder Pat Neshek to face Marlon Byrd. Well, things are getting interesting for the Phils here in the bottom of the 8th inning. They have the bases loaded and nobody out. The Cardinals will go to the right-hander, and Marlon Byrd will get a chance to bat with them loaded. With nobody out, Marlon Byrd is the scheduled hitter. Next time you're looking to pick up great seats to the game, head to StubHub, where you can earn 2% back in fan rewards on every purchase, including Phillies tickets. StubHub, your ticket to upgrades and much more. Pat Neshek is no walk in the park. 58th game. The opposition's hitting just 137 against him. Look at those numbers. A 0.84 ERA at this point of the season. 53 and a third. He's only allowed 25 hits.
I got to believe what makes him really effective, he's got a really slow changeup. 88 to 93 fastball, but 69 to 73 changeup.
Well, we mentioned that Neshek was in the All-Star game this year in Minnesota.
How about a wild pitch and a double?
I'd take it.
Well, as a hitter, here's where you look out over the plate. Look out over the plate and you stay in the center of the field. Don't roll over the ball. Don't try to do too much.
You got Marlon open up on that pitch, and it's 0-1.
I opened up too. I ducked myself up here. Yeah, folks, if it looks easy to you, whew, you ought to see it standing on the side with this guy pitching. One guy that can keep that shoulder in for sure is Marlon Byrd.
On the outside corner, that one jumped at 92.
Yeah, and that's the one Marlon wishes he had back right there. Wow. Got it again.
We did get another fastball.
I don't think he's going to get it again. Well, this is a funky at bat. I'm telling you, I've been there, done that with this at bat. I've been Kent Jacoby and Dan Quisenberry and submarine pitchers. Ed Halicki,
Gene Garber.
There you go. That's what you need to do.
And that's going to tie up this ball game as Utley will speed home right behind Rollins. It's a 5-5 game.
Boy, that's fun when you can get a hit against a guy like this who specializes in striking out right-handed hitters in situations like that. Doing two nasty fastballs. Started him off with a nasty breaking ball, and Marlon said, I'm just going to make contact. Just make contact.
Well, here's the pitch sequence right here. Just watch the delivery, too.
Grade A pitch right there.
Slider.
Grade A pitch right there.
That ball jumps at him.
Grade A pitch right there.
Another one.
Boom. And that was a ball, actually. That ball was a little off the plate, but you can't take it. And I think Marlon was just forcing himself to hit the ball the other way.
Marlon now with 75 RBIs. And the Phillies will send Freddie Galvis in to run for Ryan Howard. So a little extra speed, and now Polanco will pinch hit instead of Ruff. And he may be up there to try to sacrifice two runners into scoring position, not one, because one's already there, but then get Byrd up to second base too. This is the pitcher's spot in the order.
No question he's bunting. If he doesn't bunt,
You want to do the walk thing here? You'll walk. Carpenter is in on the grass at third. Adams in on the grass at first. And he bunts right back to the mound. He fakes to third, floats to first. And the sacrifice is successful. Was Peralta late to get over there, or did he just make it?
No, I tell you, that was great execution all the way around. I mean, Blanco makes it wasn't perfect bunt, but he got the bunt down, softened it enough, and having run for Ryan Howard at second was a big key as well.
Good job laying that bunt down. And bunting off of a guy like that, he chose to use the big part of the field rather than try to go down the line and maybe bunt it foul, which is smart, and did his job.
Right. And they had the rotation play on, Jamie. You don't see that very often. You work on it in spring training every day, but they had it on, and just good execution works every time.
All right, so now the Cardinals will play the infield in, runners on second and third in a 5-5 game. Ruiz choking up on the bat. Outside, 1-0. Papelbon's warming up in the bullpen. There he is. Two and out.
Chooch is good in these situations. He's comfortable right center field straight away. And he is no panic in him at all as a hitter. Tough pitch right there, 2-0 slider. Submarine upshoot slider.
With the confidence to throw it 2-0. Neshek wanted that one. It was close. It looked like it was down.
Definite ball.
It is now biting time for the Cardinal fans with a go-ahead run over at third.
That's the old, you throw the same thing 3-1 that you throw 2-0, right?
If you throw it 3-1, you'll throw it 3-2.
So you're going with the slider here, the get over slider, right? Or the
I'm thinking
off the
he's
plate slider.
I'm thinking he's throwing the sinker.
I'm going sinker away myself.
I'd say that's the conventional.
Backdoor the outside.
Ground ball to third. Here comes Galvis. The throw to the plate. He is out at the plate. Freddie had a slide over top of that bat, and I think his knee may have gotten a piece of that bat. So 6-2 on the putout. Marlin goes to third. Oh no, he didn't get the bat at all. Well, and as far as the rule goes, as far as blocking the play, that was the way Major League Baseball wants it to be done. Brzezinski's up above the plate, not blocking it, giving him a lane.
And Brzezinski's smart there. He doesn't move the bat.
Did not move
so
the bat.
So the base runner has to either slide over the bat or slide around the bat.
Ooh, there's that changeup, Jamie. 69 miles an hour.
That there is an equalizer. I guarantee it looks so big coming in. It just never gets there.
And that changeup kind of sets up at 92 on the outside corner, huh?
That looked 100.
Runner goes from first, no throw, and Ruiz to take it second base. That'll be the stolen base, the fourth of the year for Carlos. And they were giving it to him, basically.
Yeah, I wonder things like, if you stay on first, you keep a hole to hit into. You know what I mean? The ground ball to the first baseman has a very high percentage chance of going into right field. Well, you know what I mean. At least you have more room to.
It is true,
especially against a pitcher like this. You know that you hook that ground ball just off of first base to the right side here. With holding the runner on, you have a better chance of getting that winning run in.
Yeah, now that area is basically
it's sealed off now. I mean, you have to hit the ball hard now in the right spot.
2-2 to Ashe. And he's down on strikes. Nishak leaves two in scoring position, but the Phillies tie it up with a bloop single off the bat of Marlon Byrd. Those runs charged to choke to the ninth inning in a 5-5 game. And heading out toward the corner. That is his preference. The Rawlings first baseman's mitt. Little two-tone action. He's played there before. It's been a while since he's played first base. With Utley playing first, Freddie Galvis will come on to play second base. And Andres Blanco will play third base. Jonathan Papelbon will take over out of the mound. Papelbon 2-2 with a 1.52 ERA. 31 saves and 34 opportunities. So he's on to face Colton Wong, Matt Holliday, and Matt Adams. There's Freddie playing second. And there's Andres Blanco playing third.
Pretty good defensive infield they got here.
Very good defensive infield. Utley moving over to first base. Is that a huge deal? He hasn't played much over there. He has played there, but is that a huge deal for him playing first? His 27th career game there?
Is it? Yeah. I didn't realize that. No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
Just the gloves a little different. That was the only thing I could think of. Footwork's a little different, obviously, around the bag.
I like seeing him guarding the line right now.
He just took one step over to his left. Just one. Wong is 1 for 4. Outside 2-0. Utley is using John Mayberry Jr.'s first baseman's mitt. Two and one.
Seems to me like Papelbon always has a little in reserve, Jamie, for those 2-0 counts.
Revere on the run, out toward the warning track, reaches up, it's off his leg, and he kicked it, I believe, over the fence. It'll be a ground rule double for Wong, his 11th double of the year. And Mike Matheny's coming out and saying, wait a minute, let's take a look at that. I think he's also wondering if they should give Wong a triple on that.
That's a new one right there.
The kick over the fence?
I have not seen the kick over the fence. I've seen the ball off the forehead go over the fence, but have not seen the kick off the foot over the fence. And he has an argument, right?
Absolutely.
Boom.
He does.
If he doesn't kick it over the fence, there's no question he makes third base. No question.
In fact, if it, let's say, hits the top of the fence and rolls a little bit, you may be looking at an inside the park home run the way he runs. Now, from the second base umpire's standpoint, Dan Bellino, ground rule double is a ground rule double. You know, the ball goes over the fence like that. It's not, I mean, by rule, it's not up to the discretion of the umpire, but they do have latitude in some ways. But by rule, ground rule double, they're going to talk about it. So that's
yeah,
where the latitude
I'd
is.
be all over that if I were Matheny. That's a triple. Okay, what do you guys think here? I think he kicked that ball over the fence. And,
well, that's the other part of it, too. It was kicked over the fence. And that could be what they're discussing at this point.
Are you looking for a rule in the book there?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the ball being kicked over, I mean, thrown over the fence is one thing, but inadvertently kicked over the fence. And this was inadvertent.
I wonder how close he was to catching that.
It went right off the tip of his glove.
It did hit the tip of his glove? It's hard. I found it hard to tell by that angle.
All right, so they're going to review this one right now. Now, we don't know what they're reviewing at this point, so we'll find out with everybody else. We'll be told what they're reviewing at this point.
Well, what could they be looking at that it's different than what we just looked at, or what that screen, what the Fanavision just shows up there?
See, that was right off the tip of his glove. Well, that's the thing. I don't know, because this is inadvertence. And, I mean, could they be looking at whether he should be awarded third? My understanding is, yeah, this is a rules check. And it isn't, yeah. I think they were looking to see how the ball went over the fence. So this is a crew chief review. And they have awarded him a double. And now Brian Onora will go over and tell Ryan Sandberg, while Jeff Kellogg will walk over, tell Matt Holliday. Mike Bellino's telling Mike Matheny. So he'll have to go back to second.
Well, you could have a heck of a nice argument with an umpire right there back in the before review days.
Absolutely.
My runner would have been on third easily. Right?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, the discretion of the umpire, could be what we said, where he could have easily awarded third, but by rule, a ground rule double. This is a deflected ball, so it's all clean, which is what we assumed. Ground rule double is a ground rule double, and you can't award him third base. Well, here's Matt Holliday as Papelbon turns back towards second.
Well, as you were saying, Mike, I hope Jonathan has a little more in reserve right now.
Yeah.
Inside, 1-0.
Tell you what Chase is thinking. Be ready if they hit it to me. He might take it right to third base. Like I see him right now. He's yelling over at Blanco at third base. I'm coming your way if it's hit hard to me.
He certainly has made that play when it's hit to second base hard. And Holiday's hit by that pitch to put runners on first and second. Well, some news from Lehigh Valley. We've been talking about Maikel Franco, how he's been heating up as the season's moved on. Well, he hit for the cycle tonight. It's the second one in Iron Pigs history. In 2 games tonight, they had a doubleheader. He was 6 for 7 with 2 home runs and 4 RBIs and 4 runs scored. In game 2, which is where he hit the cycle, 2 runs scored and 3 RBIs. So congratulations to Maikel.
I didn't see him in spring training. I wasn't there this year. I look forward to seeing him if he's called up, and hopefully he's earned that right.
I was impressed with his arm at third base in spring training.
I thought he looked good on one particular day at first base.
That's true. Yeah.
Feet moved well. Arm worked well. Mike, I don't think that was a bad play there. I know he didn't try to hit Halladay on purpose. He was trying to drive that ball in, but now you set up a double play.
True, and he didn't want to pitch, throw something out over the plate that he could ground the other way or drive the other way to move the runner up. But you are now pitching to the third leading hitter in the league, if I'm not mistaken.
He also proved that he can hit into a double play. Because he's done it already tonight.
Adams is 0 for 3 tonight with that double play back in the first. 1 ball, no strikes. Fouled it away. It's 1-1. Toyota Major League scoreboard. The Mets lead the Dodgers 3-2. That game's in the bottom of the 4th inning. Juan Lagares has hit a 3-run home run for New York. It's Beckett against DeGrom tonight.
Speaking of not picking the ball picking the ball up well as a hitter, Jamie, I would think Papelbon would be one of those pitchers that it's hard to pick up. The way he hides the ball behind his body, keeps his glove and the ball behind his body for a long time.
I think it would be hard to get some timing with it.
One of that fastball again. He fouls it away. Oh, great catch on the Hall of Fame play. Jamie would be happy to know that he used 2 hands.
See how that works?
Inside 2-2. Long is at second base. Halladay is at first. Peralta's on deck. And Matt Adams at the plate.
You want to revisit the whole speed up the game issue?
I think it's self-explanatory.
You know, I'm for it, or, you know, whatever, but I can't ever see it happening late in the game. You know how these pitches are thought about more. The hitters got more pressure, pitcher more pressure. It always seems the game slows down the last couple innings, especially when it's tight.
It does. It's a good point. Swing and miss. He got him with the split.
I think that was a great pitch right there. I mean, yes, it was ball 4, but it was in the strike zone for a long time. I mean, this ball was knee high, strike, all the way up until it was time to swing.
It's the best pitch he's thrown all night.
Oh, that bat is
Boom.
That
noise you hear, folks, is
it's not somebody drumming something. There's Peralta. You see his numbers for his career against Papelbon.
You know, the worst thing you can have happen as a hitter in that situation is the strikeout, because no one has a chance to move up. You don't put any pressure on the defense. Tough at bat. I mean,
he battled.
Yeah, he did. You just sometimes you have to tip your hat to you old pitchers. Hated to do it.
We have to eat too.
Peralta homered his first time up. He's 1 for 4. Phillies have turned 2 double plays tonight. He really slowed that pitch up. 0-1.
Another real good pitch. First pitch slider.
Good spot after that slider. And it's 0-2.
Sitting on a breaking ball, huh? Looked like a breaking ball swing right there. A little tardy.
When you see that, Jamie, as a pitcher, what do you come back with? You keep coming fastballs. You bring it inside with a fastball.
Well, with a guy like Peralta, I think I got to believe right here with 2 strikes he's trying to protect. But I don't think he can protect 2 pitches. It's got to be either hard or soft. I still think he's sitting soft.
Throws another fastball. That one he cranked up to 93. And it remains no balls and 2 strikes.
Here again, it's 0-2. And Chooch has got to be thinking, all right, if I'm going to call something off speed, I got to be thinking maybe I got to block this ball. I got to keep it in front of me. If we elevate, that's a potential fly ball, but it's a little, for me with Peralta, you got to elevate about neck high.
Still keeping an eye on Wong at second base too.
They've done a good job keeping him close. Freddie has been jockeying him back, staying close to second base. Bun been holding him on.
There he goes. Yep. Swing and a miss. He got him. The throw to third. Safe at third. And here comes Ryan Sandberg. Blanco jumped up and down. That's an indication that he thought the call should have gone the other way. Back-to-back strikeouts for Papelbon. This slow stroll will give Larry Bowa a chance to get on the horn and see what they thought underneath.
Yeah, he looked. The horses are out of the barn, though. This is, the steal with the strikeout now puts men in scoring position with 2 outs. There's no question about that. But if you're going to steal the base, you got to steal it with 1 out. He's safe.
He did get that hand to the backside of that bag. Sandberg was given the thumbs down for the dugout.
And I've always believed, you don't see it happen a whole lot, but I've always believed too, once you pick back to second, very seldom do you see a pitcher go to second base twice. To me, as a base runner, that's a good time to take your next bag if you're thinking about it. If you're bluffing, obviously that's not that big of a deal. And then, if you can somehow figure out signs, if it's going to be a breaking ball, it gives you just a little bit more time to advance to your next base. Now here, we're talking about, all right, what do we want to do here? We've got Przinsky, who's a veteran hitter. You're going to have to make good pitches from pitch 1. Or you got Descalzo, okay, on deck. So what do we want to do here? And we'll find out here shortly.
Well, I'll take the cold hitter coming out of the dugout anytime. And Przinsky, I know he's not having a good year, but he's already got a key double in this game. And I know he's faced
probably many times,
a few times.
Many times.
And you get in this whole thing, you don't want to give him anything to hit. You're going to do this, you're going to do that. Then the next thing you know, wild pitch, ball in the dirt or something.
Well, Przinsky's 1 for 3 against Papelbon.
Well, at least that's 3 times.
I thought he would have faced it more because of the American League.
Most definitely.
Different divisions. swinging at that first pitch fastball, and he fouls it off. It's 0-1. Cardinals bullpen. Freeman's the lefty. Rosenthal's the righty. He's their closer. Freeman was in the game last night for the Cardinals. Ground ball toward the middle. Galvis gets to it. Throws in time. He had a catcher running, an older catcher running, so he did have time, even though the ball was not hit that hard. The Cardinals lead 2. Bottom of the 9th inning. The Phils with a chance to win it when we come back. Against a tough pitcher, Pat Neshek. Little bloop out to right center field. That tied this ball game up with 5. 75 RBIs now for Marlin. That is our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. Well, Sam Freeman, who pitched in last night's ball game, will come on to pitch again here for St. Louis. Because Grady Sizemore, Ben Revere, and then switch hitting Jimmy Rollins are due up for the Phils.
Sam Freeman has got a lively fastball, 92 to 95, slider 78 to 83, and a changeup 83 to 86.
Well, maybe they would think about Ruff here, but they don't want to run out of players. They only have Ruff and the A-base left, so they go with Sizemore. He'll stay in the game against the lefty. He is a guy that has been a leadoff hitter for a good part of his career against righties and lefties. Hitting .298. He fouled out his first time up. It out to left field. Holiday comes running in to make the catch. So 1 away. And that'll bring Ben Rivera, who's hitless in 4 at-bats. Ben Kimmett hitting .315. He's 0 for 4. He's at that point of the year where his average has only dropped a couple percentage points. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Let's hope that got him in the shoulder.
I'm thinking shirt.
Shirt.
Boy, that one was up in there.
It sure was. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was worried that it was his face or his neck, the neck area or something. But you were right, Jamie. The noise we heard was his shirt.
I think it scared him more than anything else, because if he didn't move, that was probably right square in the middle of his back.
If he had turned.
Yeah, he kind of stood up and tried to spin out of the way.
Last night Revere was on with 1 out in the 7th inning against Freeman, and he went to second on a wild pitch with Rollins at the plate. That's the same move that Freeman showed last night. Whether he has another one, I don't know. Rollins has a couple hits tonight. He's 2 for 4.
Well, the key here is what it looks like when he goes to home, Jamie, because I'm not seeing anything that, as a base runner right now that it's going to fool me. No high lift of the leg, and
I would think he has a slide step.
Well, that move was a little different, but still it looked like it was easy to pick up for the base runner.
If I'm guessing, I'm going right here.
You never seen four?
Nope.
You've never seen.
Nope.
Did you ever go 4 times?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
5?
Maybe once. In Japan, went on an all-star team in Japan. Never knew nothing about Ichiro other than he was lightning fast. I went over like 11 times in a row, just because I could.
And there the relationship was made.
But in reality, about the 4th time, I really believed I picked him off. And then I realized that they're not going to call him out.
Ben's going back on all these pitches, so he's not getting a read at all on Freeman when he goes to the plate. It's 0-2.
He goes to the plate pretty quick.
Yeah, I was going to say, as quick as he is, you're going to have to go first move and hope that Brzezinski doesn't exchange the ball quickly or cleanly.
And Rollins is struck out. 2 outs. And that'll bring Utley to the plate. I remember Galvis is in Howard's spot, which is after Chase.
The way I mentally would go into an at bat like this, had 2 hitters before me, the pitcher kind of really lost one up and in kind of flagrantly. I say to myself, he's not going to let that happen again. So I have a tendency really to say I can just eat up home plate as a hitter. He's not going to let one go up and in again. Fastball he throws now, it's going to be out over the plate.
I think that way too, so I'm going in. It's a free strike. That's how I looked at it.
What happened to you all?
Utley pulls the breaking ball foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And clearly it wasn't intentional.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Managers have made some adjustments to their lineups as this game has moved on. Borges coming into play center field for the Cardinals. Jay moving to right field. Sandberg has put Utley at first base and Galvis in at second. Two balls and 2 strikes now to Chase.
And even there, that slider right there, I don't want to say it buckled Chase, but it froze him just enough that he wasn't able to swing at that.
And I think it came around the plate based upon the way everybody reacted. It looked like the ball came around the inside corner.
And Utley pulls it to right field. And John Jay was playing back a few steps, so he makes the easy catch. No runs, no hits. One man left. Time for some extra innings here in Philadelphia. A 5-5 ball game. Turned out to be a heck of a doubleheader for Franco. All right, so extra innings. This is only the 9th for the Cardinals. I say only because it's the 18th for the Phillies. And Jake Diekman will take over here in the top of the 10th inning. Diekman 3-3, an ERA of 3.99. So Diekman will face the pinch hitter Shane Robinson. First pitch is outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Outside 2-0. It's inside, 3 balls and no strikes. Diekman's ERA has dipped under 4 over his last couple of outings. John Jay on deck. And there's ball 4. So Shane Robinson is a fast runner. And considering Borges is in the 9-hole, John Jay comes up, and there's a world of possibilities for Mike Matheny in this spot.
Well, Diekman looks like he's searching or feeling for his release point. I think he's spinning off the balls that are running away. He's spinning off of, and the ball that ran in, he held on to too long.
So like an overcorrection.
Exactly. And really, it needs to be just free and easy and get out front.
Jay takes low, 1-0. It's 5 straight out of the strike zone. Now, this has been one of the best hitters for the Cardinals, John Jay, recently, average-wise, but this seems to be the right play is to get that runner in scoring position for.
Without question.
Yeah, with Borges and then Matt Carpenter. One ball, no strikes. 2-0. Bob McClure is going to come out middle of this count just to kind of offer some advice to get him right. What do you see, Jamie? What is he opening up a little bit too much?
Well, like I said, you know, when the ball's running away, he's underneath the ball. His front half is moving away from him, kind of towards the right-handed hitter, and it's all arm. His hands underneath the ball, and he's pushing the ball. He's really not getting extension and releasing the ball out in front of him. And then now you're trying to make adjustments, and you get a little timid, and it just takes you completely away from your nice fluid mechanics.
96 on that fastball down in the zone. Tough one to bunt at. It's 2-1.
Well, I'm sure John Jay was taking all the way on that pitch, trying to hopefully get a 3-ball call there, go to 3-0. That's one way to advance a runner, a walk. Should be going back to bunting now.
And he does bunt toward first, a foul ball, but it's 2-2.
That's exactly what the Phillies wanted there, to get him to 2 strikes with Diekman's strikeout ability.
Jay looks like he's not very comfortable in this position right here, trying to bunt. And I can't believe it's a very comfortable position to be in. ball actually has got to look like it's starting behind him.
Yes.
At 90, 6, 7.
And he bunts it in front of the plate. Now they're going to say a foul ball. Batter's out. Boy, Ruiz was quick as a cat on that one. Brian O'Nora was quick to signal foul ball and a strikeout.
It was a break for the Cardinals because it probably would have been turned into a double play. Chooch, the best there is at lighting on these balls around home plate. No one's better than that, than he on these plays. Jimmy made a nice play out there at second base too, catching a short hop
just to knock it down.
Yeah. Excellent call though by Brian O'Nora to do it that fast to see that the ball was back.
Carlos could have let it bounce
one more time.
Yeah.
So here's Borges, and he'll take a fastball for strike one.
Because if it stays foul, it's a strikeout anyway.
Correct.
But it does give the base runner time to get down there. I mean, that's, I give Carlos credit. That was an instinctual play. He may have not seen where that ball bounced. How did he know where the umpire saw it?
Down the right field line, late on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Who wouldn't be?
I was thinking the same thing.
I thought you were going to say, not me. 0-2.
Anybody in your career throwing 98? James Rodney Richard, maybe?
No. Well, Jamie, there weren't guns then.
Right.
Sparingly used.
There were guns in the stands, though, weren't there?
Yeah, toward the end, but there was a Jugs gun and
the ray gun.
Yeah, but I don't remember anybody logging 98 on it.
Dickman ahead 1-2 to Borges. Borges struck out swinging his first time up. Outside 2-2. 99 on that fastball. Phillies half of the 10th inning. Galvis, Bird, and Blanco are the scheduled hitters. Runner goes. Pitch is fouled. And it remains 2-2. I'll be honest with you, that ball was coming up into the Hall of Fame club. There were a couple of folks that went after it. That ball was moving. The seat stopped it, fortunately. I'd stay out of the way of that one. Trying a slider, and it's 3-2. That one just slipped a little. Carpenter is the on deck hitter, another lefty.
Jamie, you run this runner now, first base, 3-2, 1 out.
Yeah, you did what, 2-2? Why not?
I would. Strike him out, throw him out. You have Carpenter leading off the next inning, or you stay out of the double play.
He goes. Pitch is chopped toward shortstop. They'll stay out of the double play, and they got him at first. Chris Maloney, the first base coach, was signaling safe over and over as Borges was going down the line. He just mouthed it, looked like, I thought you beat this one. Let's take a look. It's got to be indisputable. I think he's out.
He flies down the line.
He does move. I think he's out. This may be definitive here. Yeah, he's out. Ball's in the glove. They're going to review it. Well, if what we just saw is an indication, A, there's not going to be enough to overturn it, but B, more than anything, he looked like he was out. So they will not have the ability to request another challenge, but the crew chief can challenge something later on. That's as close gets. Ball's in the glove, foot is just arriving on the bat.
From this angle here, he looks out because you can't tell when the ball is actually in the glove.
I agree.
Boy, we're splitting hairs here.
I think a lot of times it is almost splitting hairs, and you go to conclusive, inconclusive. This is pretty quick. So Borges is out. Call stands, which means there's nothing inconclusive or nothing conclusive that could overturn the initial call. And I think they got it right. But there is a runner at second base with 2 outs. And now Matt Carpenter's the batter. That was a sleek 59-second delay. Carpenter 2 for 5.
Good slider right there. Got some depth to it. As we talked, actually, when Matt was here the other week, from a hitter standpoint, you can't look for both of those pitches. It's either one or the other. Does it make you want to hit again, Mike?
No. Well, right-handed against Diekman wouldn't scare me that much, but Mr. Carpenter right here has got a problem on his hands. Yeah. I mean, you look for the one you think you can hit, and for me, it would be the straight one. And I want to tell you, anywhere on that side of me, it doesn't have to be, down the middle. Anywhere on that side, on this side of me, I'm letting it go.
One ball, 2 strikes. Phillies have tied with the Marlins for the most extra inning games here in 2014, including this one right here.
Now, by rule, the umpire could say, that's a ball. Too much time. Speed the game up.
And now you're letting the game affect, the rules affect the game. You're not letting the outcomes on the field determine the game. And isn't that what it's all about?
Oh, yeah, I agree. But why do they have that rule? I guess in baseball has a lot of rules they don't really care about.
The rule book is 127 pages in length. Swing and a foul tip. Carpenter is struck out. No runs, no hits. 1 man left in scoring position. Middle of the 10th inning. Freddie Galvis will start it off when we return. Phillies bullpen tonight, 7 strikeouts in 5 innings of work. That's what we talk about their success rate and how important it is to get those punch outs, particularly when there's runners in scoring position. They certainly have done that again tonight. Here's Freddie Galvis to lead things off. Up for the first time. He came on a pinch run for Howard. And he's going to face the right-hander Seth Maness. 4-2, an ERA of 2.83. I think we say this a lot, but this guy looks so young out on the mound. Delivers a strike at the knees. It's 0-1.
Maness, a 4-pitch pitcher, so I'm thinking maybe he might be their long man. It's my call. I don't see too many pitchers coming out of the bullpen with 4 pitches: fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup.
And works fast.
We like fast, don't we?
Especially at 11 o'clock at night.
What are we, 45 minutes past your bedtime? Is that what it is?
1 hour past my bedtime.
1-2 pitch. Outside 2-2. Mentioned before, Galvis down in AAA. Had hit in 13 of his last 18 games. Just 2 for 42 in the big leagues this year. Last year in September against the Braves and Freddie Garcia, he walked the ball game off for the Phillies. He lays off. It's 3-2.
Come on, Freddie, get on there.
To the right side. Adams, he slipped for a moment, but he's able to recover in time. And 1 out for Marlon Byrd. It's a 9-pitch at bat for Freddie Galvis.
Good at bat.
Marlon's the reason that we're here. His bloop single to right center field. His last time up, tied the ball game at 5. Shallow right field. This is John Jay. Andres Blanco will be the hitter.
That's where you can run into that attitude that each hitter going up there trying to get the big hit, hit the home run. You don't play small ball sometimes in these situations. And late in the inning, late in the game, extra innings, I'm going to be the hero. I've been there. And you usually don't. You usually aren't the hero.
Is it hard to suppress that when you're a hitter?
Very hard.
Yeah. We talk about it a lot, and it has to be. So everybody thinks that when they're playing in the major leagues that they have the ability to pop it out and win it.
Umpire behind the plate's had a really good night. We haven't even really talked about him at all.
It's the veteran Brian Onora.
That's a good sign.
Worked the World Series a couple of years ago in Detroit. Blanco, a .314 hitter. Sacrificed his last time up.
Ooh. What did I just say a little bit ago?
Well, that was close, but yeah. That one's ripped to second. And Long throws from his backside for a 1-2-3 inning. So we played 10 here in Philadelphia. We'll go to the 11th inning in a 5-5 game between the Phils and the Cardinals. Top of the 11th inning. Cardinals scored a run in the second, 1 in the 5th, and 3 in the 6th inning. Meanwhile, the Phils 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, and then tied it in the 8th. Chase Utley playing first base for the first time since 2008. There's a piece of John Mayberry in this game with Chase Utley using John's first baseman's mitt. Here's Colton Wong. Wong began the 9th inning with a double to center. Shows bunt, takes a strike. It's 0-1. It was another one of those plays that we talked about that the umpires have had tonight that they were able to get right. A ball that went off the glove of Revere and then was kicked over the fence in center. Inadvertently, the umpires reviewed it to make sure that the ball did indeed hit the grounds off the glove of Revere. If it hadn't and he kicked it over, it would have been a home run. The fact that it hit the ground and deflected over is a home run. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for the Pen. 1 away here in the 11th.
Those are 3 filthy pitches right there. Fastball to start, down and away, and slider, slider, slider. And the last one wasn't even a strike, but looked like the previous slider. I mean, you call that a wipeout slider.
Here's Holiday. Well, he was late on that 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
You're right, Mike. Trying to be a hero, right?
That's right. Definitely.
And it looks like the swing gets longer and slower.
That's exactly what happens. You tighten up, your arms tighten up, everything clenches, and swing gets real slow. Yeah, that's what happens in these games. The rally mentality kind of goes away. Everybody's going to be the hero. What's the curfew, by the way?
I don't think baseball has one anymore. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, and it was always looked upon too. It's when it's the team's last series in, you play till somebody wins.
Play until the cows come home. Outside, 2-2. The game shall become a suspended game when a curfew is imposed by law. A time limit permissible under league rules, which there isn't any.
Diekman at 30 pitches, 15 balls, 15 strikes. Jamie, generally, would that take him out of tomorrow's game?
I would believe so, yes.
Well, there's ball 4. It's the second walk issued by Jake. You have the lefty Matt Adams coming up to the plate, so they stay with Diekman here. I think. I mean, they could go to Giles. He can get lefties out.
Not necessarily a bad walk. Much the same as this previous at bat where he got hit. You mentioned that wasn't that right. Bad of a thing.
kind of been an up and down outing for him. Maybe he's looked dominant, and then he's been out of the strike zone. Bob McClure, for the second time tonight, will go out and talk to Diekman in the middle of a count. Diekman's career high in pitches is 40. That was back in 2012. That was before he was the Jake Diekman that we see now. He was kind of figuring it out on the job. Broke it back. Galvis, a long run, and can't get there. I was shocked that ball carried as far out toward the outfield that it did.
It's a strong man at the plate.
I really thought that it was going to be maybe 7 or 8 feet onto the outfield grass. It was tough to tell.
Well, there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, that's just Texas leaguer in no man's land right there. Just the perfect broken bat hit. We have some double switching now.
Yeah.
Tough game on a manager right here.
Utley's going to go back to second base. Galvis is going to go to third, and Ruff's going to come on to play first. At least that's what I think is going to happen. Ken Giles is going to come in to pitch. So Ruff will bat in what was the pitcher spot. So here comes Ken Giles.
Surely have a lot of infield versatility right now.
Just got to move Rollins around, and everybody will be shifting from one spot to another. After it's all said and done. Now that's going to be a late night.
I want to go home and listen to him, watch him.
Ken Giles into his 30th game, 2-0 with an ERA of 1.19. Giles with 44 strikeouts and 30 in the third. Darren Ruff comes on to play first base. He'll bat 8th. Utley moves from first base back to second base. Freddie Galvis moves from second base over to third base. Oh, that ball goes right on by Ruiz. The runners will advance. Second and third.
Boy, does that change the scope of the inning.
Woo!
Man.
Now you're shooting for a punch out.
Whoa. Well, we got the right guy out there for that. We got, the right guy at home plate for that.
Punch out or an infield pop up.
Well, with that runner on third with 1 out, it makes a whale of a difference.
Phillies have played the infield in a tie game here in the top of the 11th. 99. Well, he did say last night. Murph, what did he say to you last night? That he can dial it up to 99 or 100 whenever he wants to?
He said he can go get that 100 whenever he needs to, so. Might need it right here.
Yeah. How are your seeds, all right?
Seats are fine, thanks.
All right. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Now, that's a big pitch right there. It's
Sure
the old
was.
check swing, touch the bat, foul ball, gets him to 2 strikes.
Now you can kind of pick your poison if you're Giles.
Yeah, and here's where he needs, which I know he has, is confidence in that catcher. Right?
Yes, sir.
You got a good one back there to block that ball in the dirt. See, he's missed his fastball like at least 2 out of 3 times in this at bat and the at bat before that he had.
It's Jonathan.
Yeah.
Tried the slider, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, I would bet, well, maybe Peralta probably hasn't seen Giles. There's a possibility of that, right?
The only time he would have seen him was last night, and he popped out to short.
Okay.
2-2 pitch. Gets away from Ruiz, and oh boy, a little indecision for Holiday. It's 3-2. Great job by Carlos to find that ball. That ball ate him up.
Yeah, no question. That was great defense right there.
Sure was.
That was great. That was fantastic hustle and reaction by Chooch. You to watch something here if you can see this. Giles covering home plate, but check out Freddie Galvis. Check out Freddie Galvis over here, backing up the throw to home plate from Chooch to Giles. Galvis is actually over by the third base dugout.
I think it may have deterred Holiday from coming down the line as well. Heads up play.
Yeah.
Watch all of the movement. Everybody's moving after this wild pitch, or if this ball gets away.
See Freddie come down here. Jimmy goes over there. Is in here. Chooch comes over there.
Yeah, that was close. I mean, if that throw to Giles goes through Giles.
That was really a good play by Ruiz, though. Did you see how far he slid as he threw that ball?
Absolutely. And take it a step further, it was not a bad base running play. Well, Coach Okendo and Holiday at third base with one out. Now with two outs, you got to try it, right? No outs, you wouldn't try it. With one out, could go either way, but I think it's a good play not trying it.
Well, the bases are loaded for A.J. Przinsky, who has never seen Kenny Giles. Phillies will set back a little bit. They'll make a decision on how they're going to play this as the ball is hit. No balls and one strike. Boy, good career numbers with the bases loaded.
Aren't many innings with men on base where two pass balls and a run doesn't score. Or two wild pitches, excuse me. I mean, pass ball.
No balls, one strike. Broke his bat. That bat had no chance.
I was going to say, I don't think you need to throw a strike to Przinsky either. He's threw two balls to him.
Got to be careful with the slider in the dirt here, because I think you've alerted Holiday, hey, I have the ability to throw it in the dirt. Holiday definitely has to be on his front foot as that ball's crossing home plate.
There he is as he takes his lead in foul territory in a 5-5 game. The 0-2 pitch. 97 with the fastball. Chopper back toward the middle. Utley's got it. Steps on the second base bag. Double play. Kenny Giles was hopping every which way as that ball went over his head, and he watched Chase field it right around the second base bag. Well, 3 double plays tonight for Phillies pitching, and all 3 have been huge as we move on. He came in for Jake Diekman. The Cardinals then went on to load up the bases, and how about this pitch here, and how about this play all the way around?
A slider, backdoor slider. Up the middle, Taylor made double play. Turns out to be a big play of the inning.
Brzezinski not pleased with himself, and now the Phils have a chance in a 5-5 ball game. They'll have Ruiz, Ruff, and Sizemore against Manus.
Well, I bet Halliday wishes he would have tried to score on that bet.
Yeah, he might have at this point.
Hindsight is a big part of baseball.
First pitch is low, 1 ball and no strikes. That and the confidence that you have the speed to get there. Over at the outside corner, 1-1.
On that play, if you go right away, he walks in probably, but it's hard to judge the distance as it's going in that direction.
No question.
Versus if it's on the third base side.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Ruiz. Boy, Manus does get it and go. Back toward the middle. That'll sneak into center field, a base hit.
There we go with that middle of the field small
right.
ball stuff. That's what we want.
Well, now Darren Ruff will be the hitter. Ryan Sandberg laying down some signs. Now Ruff has 1 sacrifice bunt this year.
He's getting ready to have 2.
And it was, the technique was there too. It's the only opportunities he's had to sacrifice. Pete Buchanan looking into the dugout again. Ryan Sandberg went through the signs one more time. Carpenter is over toward the line at third. Oh, 0-1. One more lefty in the pen for the Cardinals. That's Nick Greenwood. And he's warming up. A lot of this is matchups too. They think ahead to see what the Cardinals might do against all the lefties the Phillies have when they think about bunting in a spot like this. And it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I don't know. Maybe there are statistics out there that would support a certain decision in this at bat. I mean, how many runs score when you bunt in this situation, and what percentage don't score. The old traditional play here is to advance that runner. Get him in scoring position. I mean, he could go to third on a pass ball. He can go, he can score on an overthrow somewhere. I mean, a lot can happen when a runner gets in scoring position.
I remember when Darren did bunt earlier. We were wondering, can he bunt? And we were surprised that his technique was so good. 1-2 pitch coming to him. Fouls it back.
He's having some good swings. There's no question against maybe we don't know. Maybe he's seen this pitcher. Maybe he has some history with this pitcher.
Well, the other side to that, if you lay down a bunt, you're forcing the defense to make a play. We saw what can happen earlier.
In the dirt, 2-2.
Okay, let's take it one step further. bunt him over. They walk Sizemore or pitch to Sizemore. Ben Revere's behind Sizemore, correct? Either one of those is okay.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Ruff. And a called strike 3. Let's see what Mike Matheny does now with Sizemore coming to the plate. He has the lefty Greenwood in the bullpen. This is what I was wondering, if they thought righty on righty was a better matchup. It's a close pitch. Looked like it was there. Yes, no? What do you think?
I think it was all over the plate. I think he just fooled him. I really do. He was looking off speed. I really do. By his reaction.
Off the outside corner, 1-0. To second base. That might be 2. There's 1 and 2. 4-6 lead on the play. So we will go to the 12th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. 10 runs, 21 hits combined. Ryan Howard's opposite field home run made it a 5-3 game. Phillies had some life. And in the 8th inning, life turned into a tie ball game. Marlon Berry, this is a heck of an at-bat. I mean, Neshek has not been easy for anyone to connect on.
Yeah, he made a couple really tough pitches to Marlon to get Marlon down in the count. Marlon chases a slider off the plate with 2 strikes there to fight that off to get a base hit to drive in Jimmy Rollins and Chase Utley to tie the game.
So here we go now to the top of the 12th inning. How about the Cardinals are 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position in tonight's game. The Phillies have had less opportunities than St. Louis. Kenny Giles is going to try to quiet them for another half inning. See what the Phillies offense can do in their half of the 12th. Will Nieve stretching his neck out. He's the only position player left for the Phillies to utilize. They've used everybody else. Daniel Descalso will be the pinch hitter for the Cardinals. Descalso 8 for 37 this year as a pinch hitter. His average overall at .216. Fastball up high. It'll be Descalso, Jay, and Borges for the Cardinals here in the 12th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bit of a battle tonight for Jake and Ken with their command. They've gotten through it, though.
Well, that's what you'd like to see when you don't have your best stuff or your best command, but you're still able to get outs and be effective.
There's a walk to start the 12th inning. All right, so Jay last time up tried to bunt. Now Diekman was having trouble with his command, but bunted, strike 3 foul.
I don't know what to think here.
Are you throwing the book out here?
Well, you got a left-handed hitter on a right-handed pitcher here. Pretty good left-handed hitter, Jay. You have the hole by first base wide open.
And he bunts toward first. Excellent sacrifice.
Now, the old axiom was you don't bunt on the road, right? When you're on the road, you play to win, or you could, because you can't play to tie. The home team can play to tie, but there's more of a tendency not to bunt when you're the road team. They bunt automatically. Last inning, we chose to swing away.
Well, there's Cesar Jimenez. He's warming up for the second time tonight. Peter Borges, who's 0 for 2.
They'll hold that runner close at second base.
Greenwood, lefty. Rosenthal is the righty. He's the deeper 2. 0-1 now to Borges. Oh, man. He was swinging as soon as that ball left his hand, it seemed.
I'm not sure if Greenwood was ready last inning, but that could have been a reason why we didn't bunt. They bring Greenwood in to pitch to Sizemore and Revere.
That's what we're saying about, you're projecting. What matchup do you like better? Do you like Ruff better against the righty? That very well could have been. Chopper over the mound. This is going to be a tough play. Borges runs well, and it's going to be an infield hit.
Very similar to the last time he was just a little bit softer that time.
He got a softer bounce.
Yes.
Well, that's their second hit with a runner in scoring position. And now first and third with Matt Carpenter coming up.
There again, that bunt. Man on second. Now looms big that they advanced that runner.
All right, so the Phillies have turned 3 double plays tonight. Cardinals fans have been pretty vocal.
The middle infielders playing what you call halfway here. If they get a shot hit right at them, they can go ahead and turn 2. Otherwise, they're going to try to come to home.
Carpenter fouls off a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Now the runner on third base will be going on contact so that they stay out of the double play.
Yeah, last inning the Phillies set the infield up just like this, and that's when Przinsky hit into the double play. It was perfectly hit to Utley's right.
Well, the Cardinals couldn't ask for a better hitter in their lineup to be at the plate in this situation. Maybe one of the best hitters in the league.
And their team leader in stolen bases is Borges, who's on first base. Their team leader just has 8 stolen bases.
Well, I don't think you want to risk one now. With 1 out.
Just saw that graphic. That's what Mike was talking about. 74%. Carpenter is getting the runner home from third with less than 2 outs. Fly ball left center field. Sizemore going back on it. He'll get to it, but Descalso will tag from third. Borges tags from first. And the Cardinals take the lead here in the 12th inning. Sac fly for Matt Carpenter.
That's good hitting. Looked like it was a fastball in. Surely in the mid-90s to upper 90s, but inside out of it for the fly ball the opposite way to get the run home. Well, no, the ball was really right out over the middle of the plate, but he hit it the other way to get the run home. And man, this kid can fly. Borges.
Oh, yes, he can. They acquired him from the Angels. They thought he'd be the everyday center fielder because of his speed and his defense. John Jay just won the job in spring training. Wong takes outside. It's 1-0. Well, Ken Giles had gone 9 straight outings without allowing a run. Just pure dominance. He allows a run here tonight.
Were those all 1 inning outings?
I think he may have had one outing that was a little bit, might have been 2 innings, because he has thrown 2 inning outings this year. After the ball game coming up, Ben Davis is hanging out, ready to chat about this one. Yeah, he's had 1 2 inning outing during that stretch, and then a third of an inning was another outing. 1-2 to Wong. Phillies off the top of the order in the bottom of the 12th inning against Trevor Rosenthal, the closer for the Cardinals. He has not been lights out. Revere will lead it off at the bottom of the 12th. Rollins will follow, and then Utley. Outside, ball 4. Second walk of this inning, third walk overall. Ryan Sandberg's on the stairs in the dugout. He's got Jimenez. You've got Holiday up, a right-handed batter. Well, it's not going to discourage him from making a change.
Was he up to 28 pitches?
Yeah. So they're going to go to the bullpen.
He pretty much has lost both Giles and Diekman for tomorrow, Jamie.
I would think so. They pitched yesterday, too.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, a third. Right. But, I mean, that might be see how we feel tomorrow.
Cesar Jimenez is coming in here at the top of the 12th. Ryan Sandberg's pulling out all the stops. He's got Cesar Jimenez who's coming out of the bullpen to take over for Ken Giles. And he's also going to bring Will Nieves in to bat in Grady Sizemore. And bat in the pitcher's spot. Grady Sizemore is going to come out. There's Nieves. This is his 4th game at first base. Freddie Galvis thought he was going to left and Ruff was going to third, which Ruff has played third this year. But now Galvis will go to third and Ruff will go to left, which is the more comfortable spots for both. So everybody's done that.
When we were kids, if we didn't have enough players, I mean, like right field was out.
Exactly.
I think we need to, if the dugout cam can show it or somebody, I think we need to get a shot of that lineup card hanging on that wall on that dugout.
It is going to be dotted and crossed out and moved around. All right, so if you're scoring at home, the pitcher spot.
Tear it up.
Yeah, well, the pitcher spot
Jamie
is back.
tore his up.
He's running out of space.
Yeah, I'm out of space.
The pitcher spot is 9 again. It's back to 9. And Nieves will bat 6. There's the Cardinals lineup card. Very colorful.
It's actually pretty neat.
It is very neat. Matt Holliday's the batter against the lefty Jimenez. Fastball.
A little tardy. What do you want for midnight?
I think tardy's a good way to describe
this. This is nothing for you guys. I mean, what have you got this year? A 14 and
yeah, a couple 14s. 18th extra inning game. Out toward right field. Here comes Bird. Makes the sliding grab. And the Cardinals are retired here in the 12th inning. But they do score a run. So we'll go to the bottom of the 12th inning. The top of the order will face Trevor Rosenthal when we get back. Cardinals have taken the lead. They've retaken the lead. It's 6-5. Phillies will have the top of the order due up against the Cardinals closer, Trevor Rosenthal. 37 saves. He's blown 5. Now, the big number, obviously the losses, 6 losses. He's 1-6. But the 35 walks in 58 innings of work, combined with the 49 hits, that's where Rosenthal's had some issues, particularly recently for the Cardinals. But he still has saved close to 90% of the games he's been pitching in.
It's a lot of base runners in his role. Pitching under a lot of duress.
So although 37 saves, the 5 blown saves, and probably a lot of drama with some of those 37 saves. Ben Revere will lead it off. Outside, 1-0. Revere's 0 for 4, hit by a pitch his last time up. That was in the 9th inning. Fly ball down the left field line, and Holiday runs out of room, thankfully. Revere does not walk often, as we've talked about.
Wasn't Rosenthal a really hard thrower?
Flamethrower.
Doesn't look right now like flames.
No.
I mean, if maybe he's holding a little in reserve.
97.
Okay.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Good peep.
Toward left, Holiday, who is playing shallow, goes running back and makes the catch on the edge of the warning track.
He went a long way for that ball.
He sure did.
Definitely, he's playing Ben in.
The right spot
and
to
over.
play.
Yeah, in and over. Look where he's playing right here.
Got a good read off the bat for sure to catch that ball.
Give him credit. I mean, he was playing in the proper spot for Ben Revere, and that's shallow toward the line. And Ben hit it out toward the warning track. Here's Rollins now with 1 out. 7-pitch at bat for Revere, and Rollins takes a breaking ball. It's 0-1.
It's another thing that today there's some different theory on is guarding the line. I mean, I would definitely have the first baseman have 1 foot almost on the first base line. There must be reasons why they don't do it.
Yeah, if Jimmy hooks one down the line right now, he could be a third, depending on what happens in the corner. 0-2 pitch. Low. Holiday just assured the Cardinals, at least for the moment, of not having a base runner to deal with here in the 12th. 2-2 pitch. Outside 3-2. I guess we're seeing where their concern is.
I see it.
Utley's on deck. Off the end of the bat. Ooh, barehanded by Rosenthal. Oh, he pulled him off the bag.
Great play by Adams at first base. Keep that ball in his glove. Might have hurt himself too. You know, he had plenty of time. Look at this. He had plenty of time. Actually, he did but just about everything right except make a good throw. And you know what? If you look, Adams might not have been ready for this because it doesn't look like he's that far off the bag.
Watch the follow through. Well, we won't see it with this. The follow through of his throw. He really short-armed it after he released that ball.
Now, I think that Matheny is waiting for them to look at that. I think they feel like Adams' foot was still on the bag as he fell to the ground.
Or he hurt himself.
Well, the athletic trader's going to come out and talk to him. And DJ Rayburn just said, are you coming out to talk to me? And Matheny, no, he's just going over to check on Adams. I think.
But I might say hello while I'm out here. See what's.
See, yeah, they are still looking. The Cardinals are looking to see if Adams may have kept his foot on the bag. Boy, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell.
It's close.
Yeah.
You know, Jimmy swung at ball 4 there. I mean, ball was in the dirt. But back to that point about concern for their closer, I really see it. I don't see a guy that's standing out there just. I don't see the Giles mentality or the Papelbon mentality. I see a guy trying to trick him.
Doesn't seem like he's bubbling with confidence. Well, that replay we just showed, it looked like Adams' foot did slip off the base. And it seems like Matheny realized that too. All right, Rollins leads off first. Utley the hitter. Utley's 1 for 5.
And I think a lack of confidence is coming from lack of command with his fastball.
Even with 37 saves.
Yes.
Well, a year ago today, Chase Utley, the walk-off walk. It was the 3rd straight walk-off win by the Phillies. That one came against the Diamondbacks.
Nice uniform.
Little throwback. Phillies would take a walk here, put the tying run in scoring position. Two and 2.
Jimmy definitely wants to give Chase a chance to hit, but you may see him off and running if we get to 2 outs here.
Oh, man. Utley is saying that's off the outside part of the plate. O'Nora is saying, it's 2 outs. Just, you don't see that often. Krasinski pulled it back. It was close.
Well, pitchers want that pitch. Hitters.
It looked like he split the outside corner of the plate with his body to set up. And where he caught the ball was off the plate.
He definitely moved it back.
It's kind of where he's sitting right now.
That guy doesn't usually take that kind of pitch at a tight spot. No balls and 1 strike to Freddie Galvis. 0-2. Popped him up. Foul territory. Carpenter over toward the railing, and the ball game is over. The St. Louis Cardinals in 12 innings have hung on and defeated the Phillies 6-5. A game that was a hair under 5 hours in length. These two teams have split the first 2 games of this series. Trevor Rosenthal, his 38th save of the season for the Cardinals. Well, Matt Carpenter, you mentioned it, Schmitty. He's the right guy at the right time for the Cardinals, and his sacrifice fly drives in the winning run at the top of the 12th inning. So he's our Chevrolet player of the game.
Yeah, and they won a ball game with what, 1 for 15 or 16 men in scoring position. It's unusual for the Cardinals. They're a great hitting team with men in scoring position.
So the Phillies drop one in 12, 6-5 the final score. We'll be back to wrap things up from Philadelphia right after this.